Good evening. At this time, I would like to call the June 6, 2023 Stanley County Board of Education meeting to order. Welcome to all of you that are here in attendance. It's a great crowd tonight, and to those who may be joining us via live streaming. We appreciate you being here and for your support of Stanley County Schools. Dr. Leffler is joining us tonight by phone. At this time, I would like to call on Mr. Dustin Lisk for our invocation and pledge of allegiance to the flag.
Let us bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for allowing us to come together tonight as we make decisions for our students, families, and our county. Thank you for Mrs. Foster and her dedication and perseverance and leadership as she stood where many wouldn't. We ask for your blessings and your wisdom as we make decisions. In your name we pray. Amen. All right, let's stand for the pledge.
Thank you, Mr. Lisk. First up on our agenda, we have recognitions, and the first recognition is the Barbara Foster Classroom Dedication. I'm going to turn this over to you, Dr. Amy Blake Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to ask Principal Mandy Eford of Norwood Elementary School to please join me. Earlier this afternoon, we had the pleasure of facilitating a ceremony to name a classroom in honor of a former Stanley County Schools teacher, Miss Barbara Foster. So I would like to invite Miss Foster and her family to join us as well. And yes, any of her family that would like to join us as well, please. Great. So I will ask Miss Eford to read the proclamation for everyone this evening.
All right. So Norwood Elementary School has a rich heritage in Stanley County. The school has been the center of the Norwood community for over 100 years and has undergone several remodeling stages over time. There are strong ties between the school and community leaders, especially the Norwood Police Department and Michelin. An active PTO plans events for both students and staff, which also involve the community. At the March meeting of the Stanley County Schools Board of Education, Mr. David Deese spoke publicly about his experiences as a first grade student during the 1967-68 school year. Mr. Deese recounted his memories of his teacher, Miss Barbara Foster. He vividly recounted the first days of school that year. It was the day that Miss Foster became the first African-American teacher at Norwood School. To mark such a momentous event in the history of Norwood Elementary School, and in accordance with the Stanley County Board of Education Policy 6405, I hereby proclaim that the classroom assigned to Miss Foster in 1967 is named the Barbara Foster Classroom in her honor. Furthermore, I proclaim that a plaque is placed at the door of the classroom bearing the following inscription: The Barbara Foster Classroom, Couragement for the Betterment of All, 1967 to 1968.
So we have an identical plaque to the one that has been placed outside of the classroom for Ms. Foster to take home with her so that she can tell this story to all who come to visit her.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. It's wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Foster, would you like to say anything?
Thank you so much for your time and for your appreciation of honoring me.
Yes,
this
ma'am.
plaque.
It has been our honor. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Would we like to
Miss-
do a quick picture?
Yes.
Okay. How would you like to do that?
Well, board members, I know that we've already been at this dedication today, but I can't hug you enough. So I think we're all going to come down there and hug you one more time, Ms. Foster. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Foster, would you come to the center? Absolutely. If you'll kind of hold your plaque right here. Family, if you can kind of come on both sides of her, if we can do that. Would you like to come on over to this side? Some family members in here. Yes, yes, yes. Let's make sure everybody can be seen. Let's see. Let's come over this side right here. Let's do this right there. All right. Okay, we can't see the ladies in the back.
Come on up here. I got on
Come on, there we go. Come on right up there. Yes. Is that better? Is that better? Miss Foster. Miss Foster. Turn it away. Right, and hold on, board members, we're going to shake some hands and hug.
We appreciate y'all so much.
Thank you.
Oh, my goodness.
Letting us honor her.
Thank you forever.
Well, I haven't known her long, but I love her.
Thank you so much.
Oh my, you're such a sweet lady. Oh my goodness. You take care of yourself, okay? And I know these people will take care of you. Yes, they will, won't they? Yes. Wish we could see you again. That's awesome. I like to see that. So sweet.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We appreciate all you did for those students. They won't ever forget.
Okay, sister and sister.
So we appreciate it.
All right, where'd you retire from? I went to where the money was at. Don't nobody make money in education. It's kind of a joke. Really tell Nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you. All right, all right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, very much. Yes. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Thank you. You're welcome.
Want to say a word?
Hi.
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Daryl Foster Davidson, and I am Miss Foster's nephew. I've heard a lot of stories about a lot of people here, so it's been a pleasure to actually attach faces and names and to the stories that I heard throughout my years growing up. I want to first, on behalf of our family, we want to personally thank everyone who helped plan the naming of the Barbara Foster Courage Classroom. We are overwhelmed with this excitement. This was an enormous event for our family to put together to get her here, and we didn't mind doing it because it was such a heartwarming event. Listening to Barbara when I was growing up talk about Norwood and some of the people here really gave me an enduring feeling of family and closeness and togetherness. A lot of people that she worked with, we saw in our home. They came to visit us when my grandfather passed, her father. We felt a warm embrace from the Norwood Albemarle community. And once again, we just want to thank you for taking care of her while she was here, making sure that she came home to us safe every weekend, and that that she, you know, I want you to know that she really appreciates the kindness and the opportunity that you guys showed her during this time when she was teaching, that she was able to be able to help you and help your family, help your children, and everyone grow and prosper. And that's pretty much all I had to say. It was kind of I lost the words for everything. I actually had a speech written, but I don't even want to get into that because this just took over a speech because it was just so much emotion in the room, and y'all showed us so much love today. And once again, like I said, thank you so much on behalf of our family, and we wish you the best. And Barbara, definitely wish you the best. Thank you.
Thank you. We enjoyed being at Norwood today. We enjoyed meeting your family, and especially meeting Miss Barbara Foster. I think Mr. David Dees is back in the audience. Is he? Mr. Dees, you started all of this when you came and spoke to us, and that was so touching. And are there some classmates of yours in the audience? Are there any classmates? I wasn't sure. We met so many of them today. Yes. I want to thank you for bringing this to the board. And then I also want to thank Dr. Amy Black Lewis for putting all of this together, and the wonderful reception that we had today, the dedication we had today, the Norwood community, it just everyone involved. And what a sweet, sweet family you have. And no wonder you do, because Miss Foster is special. She is so sweet, and touched a lot of lives, and we appreciate her. Thank you. Next on our agenda are our retirees that we are honoring. So I'm going to turn this over to you, Dr. Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. We'll have Ms. Wood come up with me. We had a reception earlier. Got a little busy before. I hate I didn't get to speak to everyone, but had a real good group. Had some laughs, some old stories, you know, and some goodbyes, and it was a really special time. So, Ms. Wood, if you want to, we're going to honor our retirees.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, and our viewing audience. It is with great pleasure that tonight we recognize our dedicated employees who have retired within the past 10 months from Stanley County Schools. It's often said that it takes a village to raise a child. That is especially true when it comes to educating children from early childhood to high school. We thank you all for serving the students and families of Stanley County Schools. Tonight we recognize a group of 44 individuals with a combined years of service of over 700 years. As I call your name, please come forward to accept a small token of our appreciation. Yes, over 700 years. Miss Judy Allman from Locust Elementary was unable to attend tonight, I believe. Deborah Baker from Albemarle Middle, also unable to attend. Corletta Barbie from East Elementary. Jackie Barrett from Baden Elementary, unable to attend. Lisa Blaylock from South Stanley Middle, unable to attend. Darlene Burleson from South Stanley Middle. James Burns from North Stanley Middle, unable to attend. Tina Carter from North Stanley High School. Jennifer Clodfelter from Indy Elementary, unable to attend. Amy Cord from Central Elementary. Scott Crisco from North Stanley High School, unable to attend. Laura Krotz from Millingport Elementary. Helen Davis from Richfield Elementary. Mary Eisenberg from Albemarle High School, unable to attend. Barbara Udi from East Elementary, unable to attend. Randall Fike from West Stanley High School, unable to attend. Pam Gray from Albemarle High School, unable to attend. Ms. Louise Green from Locust Elementary. Judith Hargis from Central Elementary. Sonia Harrington from Central Elementary, unable to attend. Andrea Harrington from Baden Elementary, unable to attend. David Hatley from Maintenance, unable to attend. Sherry Henson from West Stanley High School. Susan Henson from Millingport Elementary. Heather Jones from North Stanley High School. The next group were unable to attend. Terry Lambert from South Stanley Middle, Shirley Little from West Stanley Middle, Sue Ellen Louder from East Albemarle Elementary, Kelly Lowry from South Stanley Middle, Kelly Markell from West Stanley High, Karen Mitchell from Central Office, Ann Peavy from Albemarle High, Julia Poplin from Norwood Elementary. Dan Rice from West Stanley High, unable to attend. Jean Rice from Indy Elementary. Linda Rogers from Central Elementary. Terry Scott from Central Office. Bonnie Smith from West Stanley High. Stephen Smith from West Stanley High was unable to attend. Melissa Straining from Indy Elementary. Michelle Trupia from Richfield Elementary. Darlene Tucker from Albemarle Middle, unable to attend. Ingrid Wyrick from North Stanley High. And last but not least, Mr. Greg Spate, we did not forget about you, from North Stanley High. Mr. Spate had the highest total years of service, which is 36 years this year. Congratulations to all of you on your retirement, and we wish you the very best in your journey to come.
Thank you all so much. Mr. Spate, before you leave, Mr. Spate, you got somebody up here. Mr. Spate, are you going to be recognized in the Stanley County Hall of Fame soon?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I believe, on our agenda is the Regional Sea Perch Winners Team Aquanauts.
Evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. I have the pleasure of presenting to you the Oakboro Choice STEM Schools Aquanaut Sea Perch team. A sea perch is an underwater, remotely operated vehicle that students build from scratch. As they build, team members use real-world engineering and design concepts as they learn tool safety, technical applications such as electrical engineering, problem solving, and team working skills. Students then take their ROV through a series of underwater challenges designed to test their dexterity and speed with the robotics build. On March 31st, 4 teams from Oakboro and 1 team from Stanley STEM Early College represented Stanley County at the Sea Perch Regionals at the University of North Carolina of Charlotte. Each team competed in 6 events in their divisions. Stanley County swept the board with a total of 4 first place, 5 second places, and 7 third places. The Aquanauts earned the bid to the International Sea Perch Challenge competition at the University of Maryland, the only middle school in the state to do so. On May 13th, thanks to the generosity of the Stanley County community, we were able to represent Stanley County schools on the international stage. And these students represented us well. The Aquanauts scored their personal best in all of their events and participated in several optional challenges, such as solving a real-world problem in a poster contest and making a presentation about their sea perch year to an open audience. When the final results were announced, the Aquanauts placed 27th out of 58 worldwide teams, beating teams from New Zealand, Egypt, Brazil, and China, including other teams from across the U.S. In their best event, they placed 14th in the world. It goes without saying, we are exceptionally proud to have such intrepid students. Their futures are bright, and they weren't even off the pool deck before they were planning on what to do better next season. I'm honored to present to you Mary Crawford, Aubrey Porter, Arabella Smith, and Noah Waits. That's Aubrey. And then Arabella.
Yes, that is Noah. Congratulations. Let's go over here and get a picture.
Thank you.
Hey, guys. Would you mind starting right down here and let us congratulate you and shake your hands? We are so proud of you.
Mrs. Crawford, I think you have a STEM camp coming up in July?
Yes, sir.
17th through the
July
20th.
17th through the 20th.
And you still have some spots open?
I still have a few spots open.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Crawford, for all you do and those students. Wow. Next on the agenda are our athletic state champions.
Thank you. I would like to call Miss Beverly Pennington to the podium, please.
Good evening, Madam Chair and board members. It gives me great pleasure to recognize several state champions who have represented our high schools very well during this spring sports season. So athletes, we have lots to recognize. As I call your name, if you'll come join me at the front. First of all, from South Stanley High School, we have Joshua Honeycutt. Joshua, you'll come on up. And if Joshua's coaches would join me as well. Joshua placed first in the state 1A track and field meet in the 1,600 meter run. That's a long run. Congratulations. Joining Joshua is Parker Hatley, his coach, and did Coach Curley come as well? Okay, come on up. You've had a big influence as well. And guys, if you'll just come stand over here, we'll start a little run. Congratulations. Next, from West Stanley High School, I'd like to recognize Kelsey Burleson and coaches Brandon Morton and Wes Herlocker. Come on up. Kelsey placed first in the state 2A track and field meet. The first one was the 800 meter run, and her second was the 1,600 meter run. So she brought home 2 state championships, and she's just a 9th grader. Okay, will the state champions from Albemarle High School and their coaches, LaSonia Collins and Bernard Henry, come to the front? We should have several members of a 4x400 team. Just two made it. Okay, well, come on up. Let's brag about all of them. So the 4x400 relay team consists of Amari Baldwin, Mary Grace Kroll, Abby Clayton, and Akayla Garrett. This team made their mark on the 1A championship, setting a new state record of 3 minutes, 57 seconds, 16 tenths. Is that how you say that? Okay. All right. They were the only team to finish under 4 minutes. Akayla, who is not here with us tonight, but you guys have met her before, also placed first in the 200-meter dash, the 100-meter dash, the 100-meter hurdles, and the 300-meter hurdles. She not only placed first, but she set new state records in all three of those events, as well as brought home the Most Outstanding Athlete Award for the meet. So congratulations, Albemarle High School. Well done. Okay, finally, hot off the Duke University softball field. Yeah. we have the 2A state champions in softball from West Stanley High School. So we'll head coach Emily Smith, her assistants Hogan and Allman, if there's another assistant coach that joined us, and the Lady Colts. If y'all will please come and take your place up here. Okay, just a little bit of information about them. This team went 31-1 this year. Actually, they started the season with a loss. That's that one. So that means the next 31, they won, every one of them. This set a new program record. This is actually their 4th straight state title. There's only one other school in North Carolina that can say that they have done that. And this is their 6th state championship as a program. They are ranked number 1 in North Carolina by Max Preps, and all 6 seniors, where are our seniors? All 6 of these ladies have signed to play at the collegiate level. So we are so proud of y'all for your accomplishments, for all of our athletes tonight.
Are you getting pictures? I know that, I know we're running a little short of time, board members, but once all of you have your pictures made, we definitely are coming down to shake your hands. So do not leave.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Girls, stay up here.
I love the clanging of the medal.
Congratulations to all of you. We are so proud, and we are coming around to congratulate you.
Thank you all.
Board members, at this time, I would like to ask for a motion to enter into closed session for personnel matters, North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A6, student matters, North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A1, attorney-client matters, North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A3. May I have a motion, please?
Make a motion, we go into closed session for personal matters, student matters, and attorney-client.
A motion by Ms. Poplin, a second. A second by Ms. Watson. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The board is in closed session. I would like to say to the board and to those that may be in the audience, we may be in closed session. We're going to adjust our time a little bit longer. We will come out just shortly, soon, but right now, so we are in closed session. I would like to call the board back into open session. Once again, welcome to those of you that are here in attendance and those that may be joining us via live streaming. We appreciate you being here and for your support of Stanley County Schools. Next on the agenda, we have more recognitions, and we are looking forward to these, just like the recognitions we had earlier. Dr. Dennis, I'm going to turn this over to you because I believe the first ones are with our ESS employees.
Yes, they are. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call up Rachel Turner to the podium, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair and the board. This has been a pleasure this year to do this, to recognize our subs and some of our TAs. And being the last one, not only are we going to present April and May, but then we're also going to do our TA and sub of the year. First off, we have from Locust Elementary, Deanne Gibbs as our teacher assistant of April. Then for sub of the month for April, we have Clarissa Young. And I will say real quick, all I hear is good things about Deanne. I have actually never really met her in person, but heard wonderful things. Clarissa has been at Albemarle Middle all year in 6th grade and has been doing a wonderful job. For May, we have our Teacher Assistant of the Month, Angel Ochoa, who joined us this year. And our sub of the month for May is Faith Coble, who has been at Indy Elementary. And I do have to say about Faith, she started off doing this, that, and the other thing, and ended up being there the entire year doing everything. And then we have the pleasure of having our TA, our ESS TA of the year, and this is going to be Amanda Clark from Millingport Elementary. I would like to say with Amanda, she started out as a sub, and she was subbing in the AYN class, the Alexander Youth Network, and she stayed there and realized she liked it so much that she applied for the TA position to keep consistency for those children. And then for our sub of the year, this person here started at one school in a long term and has been serving our exceptional children programs in 2 different schools. When you hear her name, I have a lot of schools saying, please send her my way. Because she not only does a good job, but she does it to the best possible. And when you are in an exceptional children's program anywhere, it's one of the hardest positions to fill. But Sanika Davis has been helping everywhere. And again, thank you for letting me do this. I know that all of our subs and our TAs very much love the opportunity. And a lot of the subs that you have met in the TAs, they have been in some very wonderful positions all year long, bouncing from school to school. And many of these wonderful faces are coming back next year to continue to serve Stanley County schools.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Could we have them kind of, once they finish the pictures, to like start right here and come around, let us shake your hands if you'll come forward with us. Again, thank all of you so much for what you do for Stanley County Schools. And Ms. Turner, thank you. I believe we have Stanley Stars.
We do, and I'm going to bring Ms. Wood up to present.
Good evening. Each month, Stanley County Schools recognizes 2 classified employees and 2 certified employees through the Stanley Star Award Program. We would like to thank the Nehemiah Project for the generous donation of $1,500 to cover all of the awards. This evening, we are pleased to have Mr. Paul Peters from the Nehemiah Project with us, and I believe he'd like to share a few words.
Thank you. It's great to be here this morning or this evening. And I just want to thank you for the opportunity to serve this community. I am the founder of Nehemiah Project. We started in Stanley County. We serve 6 areas within the community: folks with addiction, homelessness, seniors, veterans, at-risk kids, domestic violence, mental health, and intellectual disability. And we actually started in several of the schools doing lunch buddies. In East Central, we've expanded our mentoring program to Indy, Elmore Middle, Central East. We have a mentoring center that's doing a summer program. So this is our way to give back to the teachers who spend their time and dedication to helping these kids be educated. And we want to partner, we have partnered with them in regards to helping the kids be mentored and develop the character. So thank you so much for letting me be involved.
We thank you
Sure.
for what you have been able to do for us. Yes, and
You're
for our
welcome.
teachers, everyone.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Thank you so much.
This month, our Stanley Star recipients were nominated by the principals and staff at Millingport Elementary and Oakboro STEM. As I call your name, please step forward to accept your certificate. From Millingport, our certified staff member is Tiffany Holbert. Ms. Holbert is a staple at Millingport and well-known and loved in the community. This year was a challenge at the K-1 level, but thanks to Ms. Holbert and the many hours she spent collaborating with peers and reworking the schedule, Millingport was able to get through it without sacrificing what is best for students. When you walk into Ms. Holbert's classroom, you can expect to see students engaged in the fun and meaningful activities she has planned for them. She captivates students and helps instill them a true love for learning. Thank you, Ms. Holbert. And our classified staff member from Millingport is Miss Amanda Clark. Ms. Clark is new to the Wildcat family this year, but you wouldn't know it by just walking in and observing, because she has jumped right in and taken charge of ensuring students in the AYN program at Millingport spend time on academics. She is organized, deliberate, calm, and caring, the perfect combination for connecting with students she serves and having a positive impact on their school experiences. She is also a team player, filling in wherever she sees a need and taking on more responsibilities than are asked for. From Oakboro STEM, our certified staff member is Crystal Davis. Ms. Davis is a valuable member of the Oakboro STEM school team. She is an experienced kindergarten teacher at the school. She works hard to provide students with hands-on learning experiences within her classroom. She establishes and builds positive relationships with her students that are so important, especially as they are just beginning their academic journey. We are proud to have Mrs. Davis as an OCSS Eagle. And our classified staff member from Oakboro STEM is Virginia or Jenny Hudson. Mrs. Hudson joined the Oakboro Choice STEM School for the 22-23 school year and has already left an impression. Her willingness to be flexible and to jump in to do whatever needs to be done have made her a huge asset to Oakboro STEM School. She has been able to come in and work with various grade levels, staff members, and students to help provide a more productive learning environment for students. We are happy to have Ms. Hudson as a member of the Oakboro STEM School. Congratulations to you all.
Thank you. We have Mr. Gray back there. Can we get Mr. Gray to come up? Oh, and Miss Kruger, yes. Congratulations. We would like for you to come around, please. Miss Holbert. Next, I believe we have CTE.
We do. I'd like to bring Mandy Melton up to the podium, please.
This teacher is described by her principal as dedicated and enthusiastic. She engages her students through lessons and activities that are interesting and challenging. One of her colleagues shared, "Every time I walk into her classroom, her students are actively engaged. She truly cares about each and every student and is willing to do things in and outside of the classroom to ensure her students excel." Another colleague stated, "She has taken on numerous leadership roles, including serving as the chair of senior advisors and co-chair of Skills USA. This year, for example, she spent many teacher workdays preparing her culinary students for the state baking competition. For these reasons and many more, I would like to congratulate Katie Love, Stanley County Schools CTE Teacher of the Year.
Miss Love, you're not getting away that fast. Thank you. Please come around. Next, I believe we have our Teacher of the Year, Ms. Rolls.
Yes, good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board and guests. Thank you for the opportunity to present this evening. Tonight, we proudly present the Teacher of the Year from each school and give special acknowledgement to 3 distinguished leaders who have been selected to represent Stanley County Schools as the District Teacher of the Year, Assistant Principal of the Year, and Stanley County Schools Principal of the Year. All of these individuals were celebrated at a special event on May 9th, and some of our honorees are unable to attend this evening. However, I will call all names, so please join me in extending congratulations and gratitude to each of these extraordinary individuals. From Albemarle High School, Ms. Marquita Hamilton. Albemarle Middle School, Catherine Patterson. Aquadale Elementary, Anna Lashua. Baden Elementary, Christy Pickler. Central Elementary, Allison Wisnett. East Albemarle Elementary, Courtney Spates. ND Elementary, Kelly Lambert. Locust Elementary, Jade Fairfield. Millingport Elementary, Susan Henson. North Stanley High School, Jared Elliott. North Stanley Middle School, Luann Mullis. Norwood Elementary, Joellen Teeter. Oakboro Choice STEM, Amanda Yao. Ridgefield Elementary, Lauren Cody. South Stanley High School, Meredith Howell. South Stanley Middle School, Lisa Blaylock. Stanfield Elementary, Carly Rife. West Stanley High School, Katie Love. West Stanley Middle School, Whitney Creighton. Stanley Early College, Michelle Smith. STEM Early College, Aaron Gardner. And the 2022-2023 Stanley County Schools Teacher of the Year is Miss Meredith Howell from South Stanley High School. And we are excited to present a check for $250 to our Teacher of the Year, compliments of an anonymous donation from a retiree. The 2022-2023 Stanley County Schools Assistant Principal of the Year is Mr. Brian Bradshaw from West Stanley High School. And the 2022-2023 Stanley County Schools Principal of the Year, Miss Ann McClendon from Alma Middle School. Congratulations to each of you.
Thank you. If you'll stay up here. I know we celebrated all of you earlier and all, but we are just so appreciative of all that you do. Our teachers are special, our principals, our assistant principals. Thank you for everything. And I'm not sure how we can make this work, but we're just going to lean over and start shaking hands. Thank you. So next on our agenda, I know that we've had some people leaving, but man, we have saved this best right here. I am, well, I could sit in this person's class forever. I mean, forever. And the students in this class are absolutely amazing. So, without further ado, Ms. Meredith Howell and her Holocaust Literature class have a presentation for us, and we are looking forward to this.
Good evening. So they're super nervous, and Joni just asked me, she said, how do you get over the fear of talking in front of people? I said, I've done it for 18 years. We're just going to go for it. And so actually, I don't want to color any of my students' perspectives by going first. I've just asked them to come up and talk about the class and what it's meant to them. So just to give a quick little introduction, this semester I piloted a Holocaust literature elective in person. We've had one online in like maybe 10 years ago. But this was in person, and I have awesome students, and we've had an awesome semester. And I feel like this is one of the reasons why I had such a great year, and was actually even in the talks for Teacher of the Year is because of this course. And it's because of the students. I have 16 in the class, and then there are 5 here tonight who were able to come. So I'm not gonna color anything. I just want to turn it over to them, and then I'll finish up, I guess, maybe. They said 3 minutes. I don't know if I can do that.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Courtney Queen. I had the opportunity to actually student teach under Ms. Howe this semester. So when I first heard that she was teaching the Holocaust literature class, I kind of freaked out. I panicked. I was like, this is not what I majored in. I majored in English. I know nothing. But as the semester continued, everything turned out perfectly fine. And it was just an amazing opportunity to work with this group of students. And even going the DC trip, it really showed me a lot about teaching. It showed me the extent to which teaching can shape students in terms of building relationships and building empathy, and just the amount of knowledge you can learn within a semester on one topic when you really care to teach it and care to learn about it. So like Ms. Howe, I could talk forever, but I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to turn it over to Eli, one of the students, so they can share with you guys the impact that this class had on them.
Courtney, I want to say something before you leave. The last time when I was in your class, I know Ms. Howe had some papers that, Ms. Howe was busy, okay? And she had some papers there. If you students remember, I was like handing you a paper, like, Ms. Howe wants you to have this, or whatever. Courtney, I thought you were a student. I mean, you know, I just handed you one, and I was like, I think I made a mistake. I believe she's the student teacher. So I owe you an apology. But I'm glad that you've been in that class, and I wish you well.
Hello, I'm Eli Thompson, a sophomore at South Stanley, and I was lucky enough to be a part of Ms. Howe's Holocaust class this last semester. I just want to start out by thanking Ms. Howe for introducing this class to our school, because it truly takes a special person to teach a class like this, and she did amazing to say the least. To be completely honest, I was a little bit interested in this topic when I signed up for it, but I heard a nice little rumor about us going to Washington, D.C., and that really pulled me in, because who doesn't want to skip school for a few days with their friends? But after being in this class for a while, it really opened my eyes to certain topics that I had no clue even existed. I'm really glad I got to take this class, because we're able to do so many things that I had no clue we were going to do, like speaking to Holocaust survivors firsthand, and we're able to go to Washington, D.C. and see the Holocaust Memorial Museum and other museums, which really put what we're learning into perspective, because we got to see it with our own eyes. I hope this is a class that can stay around, because there's many people that our age that make light of this situation when they shouldn't be making light of the situation, and it's a very eye-opening class that it makes you more aware of as a person, and also more respectful at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Jillian Butler, and I'm a junior at South Stanley High School, and this class has been important to me because it's helped me really come out of my shell more by leaving the Carolinas for the first time and reading books to children and educating them a bit more about the Holocaust. This class teaches a better perspective on the subject of genocide and many other subjects besides those linked to the Holocaust. Miss Howe has been a great teacher this semester and every other time I've had her. She makes you feel helped and included and answers any question the best she can. All in all, this class is an important part of my learning because I feel interactive and knowledgeable while in class. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nila Westendorf. I'm 16 years old and I'm an exchange student from Germany. Since August 2022, I'm attending South Stanley High School and I'm also part of Ms. Howell's new class, Holocaust Education. I really enjoyed having Ms. Howell as a teacher and being in her class. She's a great teacher and welcomes everyone with open arms, which I'm really grateful for. In the Holocaust class, we all really learned a lot, and it has impacted us, our thinking, and our perspective on things. I think it's a really beneficial class because not many people are really educated about the Holocaust and what happened, yet it is a really important event in history everybody should know about. It's necessary because it teaches about the background and events that led to it, the events before and after it, the people involved, and about individual stories, whether they were victims, survivors, or perpetrators. Not only we learned a lot about it, this class was also a place for us to expand our thinking, reflection, reading, and writing skills. We did a variety of things from group work over reading books, having writing assignments, hearing guest speakers, and even a trip to Washington, D.C. Also, I will have an advantage when I go back to Germany with the knowledge I gained in this class. Obviously, the Holocaust took place in my country, and I would say that now I'm definitely more educated about it than people in my German surroundings. It will help me in the school, and I can teach other people about what I learned. Other students should take this class, and it should be taught because it gives them the opportunity to learn about such an important event and all the background information. It's important that people learn about it so that we will never forget about it, and also to teach other people about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Elisa Del Buono, I'm 17 and I'm an exchange student from Italy. This last semester of school I took Ms. Howell's Holocaust Literature class, which impacted me under different point of views, because since from the beginning of the course I had a bunch of questions, some of which were answered by my teacher, of course, others by myself after a reflection based on what I've learned in this class, and others still don't have an answer, and they will never have one because there are something that it goes over knowledges and skills. But that made me realize that it's okay if there's not an answer for everything, for all the questions people can have. The important thing is that to have the curiosity to ask questions and to investigate, to seek the answers. The curiosity that I have developed during this class is just one of the reasons why students should take this class, because it makes teenagers working also on their empathy. It makes them to develop their own ideas, and it teaches them how to deeply reflection on past and present things and events, analyzing also the details. After taking this class, I'm extremely advantaged when I'll be back in Italy, because I'm supposed to study the same topics the next year in my Italian school, so I can share it with my classmates and teach them what I've learned here, the extra things that I've learned here, and we are not supposed to study there. So I will be already prepared. Among all the classes that I've taken during my exchange year, the Holocaust Literature class has been the most useful, demanding, and interesting and emotional one that I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joni King, and I'm a senior. I just want to say thank you to Ms. Howe and Ms. Queen for teaching this class. We've done a lot of things through this class, and my favorite part of the projects that we've done is our shoe project, and we got all got different people. And so mine, she was a Holocaust survivor, and she also helped through the Holocaust, and she was a teacher at the beginning, and then like when she went into the Holocaust camps, she actually like helped the kids get to safe places. But like this class has really like helped me open my eyes because you take history classes, but you don't really go into detail about the Holocaust, and so it really has like showed me like everything that's happened. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
All
All right, so I guess I would like to, they don't know that I'm gonna have all the pictures up here. And they pick on me because I always take pictures. And they're like, another picture from Ms. Howell. So, but anyways, I just wanted to kind of take you through our semester just really fast. So the first guest speaker that we had was Karen Clake from the North Carolina Council on the Holocaust, and she taught us about eugenics. And we had lots of group work and stuff, and so I really enjoyed seeing the students work hard on this. We also participated in Aquadale's Read Across America Day, where we read to third graders at Aquadale Elementary, and so these are all the pictures with us and them reading Holocaust-related books appropriate for elementary school kids. And so that was a great community event, by the way. It was just really wonderful. Next, we had a second-generation Holocaust survivor, Fred Balfour, come and speak to our class, and his story was perfectly timed because we were doing research on camps, and his mother and father were both in Theresienstadt, which is, I believe that's the one you, Lisa, wasn't that your, Theresienstadt was yours? Was your camp that you researched? Yes. Okay. But anyways, it was perfect timing for all that. So anyways. All right. We also had Juanita Ray from the North Carolina Council on the Holocaust as a guest speaker. She actually talked about the Weimar Republic and taught us about the political spectrum and how pretty much fascism and communism are very similar and how they're extreme parts of the political spectrum. It was a really wonderful lesson. Our first Holocaust survivor we spoke with was Margot Labrie. She's 97 years old, and this is when Glenda and Bill were able to come and sit into my class and listen to Margot. She was actually a survivor because of the British initiative on the Kindertransport, and so it was just a wonderful little experience to see this. She's so spry to be 97, and so it's just wonderful. So. And then this is us that day that Bill and Glenda came and sat in with our class. So we also had Amy Clark from the North Carolina Council on the Holocaust as a guest speaker. She actually talked to us about liberation, which was something that I really wanted the students to focus on, like life and return to normal after liberation. And out of all of the things that I taught, I felt like liberation was really cool to focus on because it's like return to normal. I think that we should, or I know I did. I shed a lot of tears when we were talking about liberation, but you know, what else is new? Okay. And then we also, last week, we actually ended with Zev Harel, who was a Holocaust survivor, and he was actually in Auschwitz, Mauthausen, and Ebensee. And his wife, Bernice, was there to run the technology, and he was 92? 92, you guys correct me if I'm wrong. 92? 93? 92. One of them. Okay. So anyways, it was a privilege to have him there. So, and then this is, so that day we also collaborated with a 6th grade class at South Stanley Middle School. And this is their picture there. They had just finished reading The Boy on the Wooden Box. And I invited them to come listen to Zev speak while we were also listening to Zev speak. So it was another collaboration. So I've been trying to work collaboratively as much as I could this semester. And then I don't know why the picture of the Memorial Shoe Project is not there. I promise I had it. Maybe I uploaded it this afternoon, and this is an old version. But this is what Johnny was talking about. And this afternoon, actually, 2 of my students helped me set it up in a display case at the school. So the shoes are up for everybody to look at. They look wonderful, by the way. You have to stop and see them. So, okay. And then this is just, I'm going to go quickly. This is our trip to the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. And I actually just kind of sat back, and the students would gravitate towards something, and they would come and ask me questions. And it was actually just really wonderful. So just to see them going through this. This picture on the left right here with the pictures going towards the ceiling. This was probably one of my most favorite rooms to watch the students in because they actually did a project where they picked out pictures of themselves and then compared them to pictures of, this is a whole Jewish shtetl of pictures taken before the Holocaust happened. And they had to compare their life before the Holocaust to what their what their life actually looks like. And so they were making various connections here, and they just really enjoyed looking at the pictures. And several of you guys, did you find your pictures that you had already looked for? And so they were actually looking for the pictures that they had done their project with. This is the shoe, and then the Hall of Remembrance, the shoes room, and then the Hall of Remembrance, which was moving in itself. So, and then thanks to Miss Blake Lewis, or Dr. Blake Lewis, we actually got a personalized tour of the U.S. Capitol through our one of our representatives, Richard Hudson. And so this is us sitting in Richard Hudson's office, and that's one of our students sitting at Richard Hudson's desk, just to make us feel important. And so we actually toured the U.S. Capitol and to see the layout of the city. And then my most favorite thing about the U.S. Capitol tour is we actually got to see our own Annie Phillips. She is a student at South Stanley who won the Congressional Art, I don't even know the exact name. She won the Congressional Art Award, and she's in the tunnel going to the Capitol. And so we're pointing at Annie's artwork there. So, and she won again recently, so that's awesome. And then this is probably one of the coolest pictures. We actually got to go out in the speaker's balcony of the U.S. Capitol, and so this is our group at the U.S. On the steps of the U.S. Capitol, where the president makes his inaugural speech. So that's really cool. And then we just went around the city all the time, as much as we could. They were tired. I think that I could have outwalked them, and that's really sad. Okay, but anyways, this is obviously the Lincoln Memorial, the reflecting pool, and then riding the subway, which is a great life experience. And then the changing of the guard and JFK's cemetery, or at the cemetery in Arlington, and then us on the National Mall, and once again in the subway. So I would like to end quickly. I have a bunch of thank yous, but before I even go to the list, I want to really thank Bill and Glenda for coming to my class and just showing up, because it makes me feel important that there are people outside who want to learn what we're doing. So I really, really thank you for that. I couldn't have done this without Miss Pollin's support. She really advocated for this because she saw how passionate I was about this. And I couldn't have done this class without her support, so I really want to thank her. Jessie Thompson, she actually came with us as a chaperone for our trip to Washington, D.C., and she was great. Anything I needed done, she would do it. It's wonderful. Miss Queen, my student teacher, absolutely wonderful, and she jumped right in, and I want to make sure that every single thing that they said is equally directed towards her, because she did a great job this year, especially being thrown into it. Dr. Blake Lewis for the tour, that was wonderful. Cadillac Sign Company actually made a donation, as well as Angela Lisk, who was an Aquadale Elementary School teacher. One of my former students, Jordan Short Callahan, actually donated, and the North Carolina Council on the Holocaust, they're guest speakers, and they also made a donation to our trip to the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. It's just been a wonderful semester, and so I know I have taken way more than 3 minutes, but I could go on, and this has just been a great opportunity. It has impacted these students so much, and I can't wait to see this program grow, and I hope that it's supported so that it is continued to be in this school system. And I know that I'm going to advocate for her. She has been hired at West Stanley High School, and I think that she is now excited to possibly advocate to teach this at West Stanley as well. And I'd love to do some collaborations with that. So anyways, there you
go. We just are so impressed. For the students, this will make an impact in your lives forever to study this, I know. And when I was in your classroom, it was the students were just so engaged in everything. And I mean, I was too. I felt like a student, but this is a passion that I had teaching in 8th grade literature. And yes, you are supported. And I know this board supports you and Courtney. And we want to see this program grow. And we appreciate Dr. Amy Blake Lewis. We appreciate Mr. Plummer, anyone that has had a part in us having this program. and it being so successful. And Ms. Howell, you know, you've done that. And I believe that aren't you going to Poland soon?
Yeah, I leave in less than like a week and 4 days,
Wow.
maybe. Yeah.
Wow.
So,
So, you know, we wish to take lots of pictures. I know you will.
Oh, yeah.
And come back and, you know, for the students, I hope that, you know, you carry with you what you have learned, you know, in this class. I think some of their parents that are here, and I know that they support this class as well. And do we have any board members that want to make a comment?
Yeah. It was my privilege to come to that event, and you guys really rock. When you talked, you did a great job today, so that's all I need to say. But it was really, seriously, it was a privilege to be there and hear that lady's story.
thank you.
I want to say, I think this class ought to be in every high school. It'd be wonderful if the kids could, you know, take this class and get their things together with what they do now. It would be wonderful. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Well, I just want to say thank you, Meredith, for doing all that you did to get this class going. I know when I was in high school, we did history, and FCA took a trip to DC, and I thought I was going to just be enthralled with monuments things. And the Holocaust Museum by far was one of my most favorite experiences. And I remember coming back and saying that, my parents being like, really? But it is very, it's just a moving, humbling experience being there. And so if this had been an option for a class when I was in high school, I'm pretty sure I would have been in your class. And I wanted to come that day they came, but it's too late for pickup. Right? So,
You'll just have to come when I teach it again, okay?
Earlier on another day.
Yes.
But thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, I'm just jealous that you got to tour the Capitol. I was there last October and I didn't get that opportunity.
It was awesome. When they said that we were going to go down the speaker's balcony, my heart like jumped out of my chest. I don't know. It was awesome.
Well, I know who to call when I go back again.
Yes, you do.
I'd also say this, I think, Bill, this is the third exchange student we've had in the last 2 months, and they're all at South Stanley, so it must be a testament to the teachers and the program there. So thanks for all you do. And thanks for coming.
Well, after listening to your students speak, Ms. Howe, I know why you are our Teacher of the Year, so that's a testament to you. And the students did so great. I know it makes them nervous when they have to get up and speak, and they're not always as poised as you guys are, but you really did a great job, and we just thank you for what you do. And students, thank you for being able to come and share with us. We appreciate that. Anytime we can hear what's going on in your classroom, and it looks like you had an awesome trip, so.
Oh, yeah.
And learned a lot, so we thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. You are the start of something here, and we want to keep this going. And for your students, it's great that, you did so well speaking, and I could listen to you speak about it always. And I think I remember in my mind what we have learned from the Holocaust: never again, never again. So, anyone else, Dr. Dennis?
Great job, guys. Yeah, I was very impressed. You didn't seem nervous. You did a really good job speaking in front of all these people. Very eloquent, very informed. And I have to echo kind of what Dustin Liss said, that if I would have had opportunities such as this in high school, I would have definitely taken advantage of it. It seems like you learned a lot. Obviously, you represented us very well. I can tell just by meeting you today. And so, again, I couldn't make it that day because I had some other things that were already planned, but I'll try to come see you guys before school's out. Well, I guess school's out now, so I missed my opportunity.
We need to come see the shoes.
Yes.
I know.
They will be there, so absolutely, please do.
Yes.
Really enjoyed it. Thank you, guys, and congratulations.
Miss Bailey, you taking a pic? Okay. One more picture, guys. Miss Thompson, you probably need to get up there.
Oh, I don't need to get in. I'm good. Thank you, then. All right, y'all, look at me real quick.
Will you please come by around up here, maybe start wherever? Makes us proud of this program at South Stanley High School. And again, I hope this is going to be expanded into our other classrooms as well. Thank you again. Board members, it's been a long evening. It's been quite a long night. Let's take a 5-minute recess. During that break, we can speak with some that are here, and then I will call us back into session. So 5 minutes. I would like to call the board back into open session after the short recess. Next on the agenda is public comments. In accordance with policy 2310, public participation at board meetings each month, part of at least one regular scheduled meeting will be set aside for citizens to address the board through public comment. Each speaker will receive 3 minutes to present comments. However, the public comment session will not exceed 15 minutes total, except by majority vote of the board. Our board doc still with the timer is not upright, but you have the timer, okay? So 3 minutes. We have one speaker for tonight, Ms. Whitney Short. Ms. Short, you did not write down a topic.
Everything. All right, so these are my children behind me. They ride bus 91, which is a bus that you removed in October and made no effort to find a solution, and they are going to represent all students on bus 91. Babies, these people on this board in front of us are the ones who make decisions for you and your education, and I want you to understand that these people up here have decided that you are not important. Every kid at your school matters except for you. They will provide transportation to every child at school except for you. They have made the choice to provide a fair education to all students at Stanfield except for you. Your education does not matter to them. Do you realize that all kids at Stanfield have free transportation except for you? You do not matter. And for whatever reason that they believe that you are not as important as your friends, and my sweet babies, I want to protect you and provide for you. But when these people strip my ability to provide for you a proper and fair education, they are the enemy. And I will always protect you from the enemy, which is why I am standing here. You have failed my children and all children of bus 91 and should be ashamed. You've had 7.5 months to find a solution, and you did not. You could have rerouted buses. You could have provided an early drop-off. You could have allowed bus 92 to flip-flop her first and second route, and instead you chose to ignore and disregard our children's issues. You have a woman at the transportation department causing these issues, and you have failed to acknowledge her horrible choices. She is the reason that I even started my fight 3 months ago, when she blocked anyone from expressing their concerns, and she needs to be handled. But instead, she continues to harm the families of Stanley County, and you all have failed your positions in power, and you are all an embarrassment to this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the consent agenda with the approval of the minutes of the May 2nd, 2023 regular meeting, the May 10th, 2023 special called meeting, and the May 22nd, 2023 special called meeting. If there are no corrections, may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? A motion by Mr. Lisk, a second.
Second.
A second by Ms. Poplin. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The consent agenda has been approved. Next, we have committee reports. We will start with facilities. Ms. Poplin.
Yes, the Facilities and Finance Committees met together on June 1st, and I'll just sort of go over the facilities part, and then I'm sure Mr. Liss will hop in with the finance side of it. But we were presented with the proposed drawings for the India edition, and we're excited to, hang on, I'll give you a second. We were presented with the proposed drawings for the India edition, and we're excited to look at those, and those will be coming out to the full board at the work session, I believe, as an item for everybody to take a look at and have some feedback on. Let's see. The population forecast is in its final draft, and as soon as that is finished up, we will also have that at the work session, and that will be presented to the full board, and then we will have some discussion about the next steps as far as the community meetings and things like that. We also spoke about the new class size legislation that is in the budget for grades 4 and 5 class cap, so they will join our K3 class size caps if it all goes through, and it looks like it will. So we will have some situations with 4 and 5 classrooms also, and capacities as far as that goes. And then, like I said, those things will just be up for full board discussion at the upcoming work session at the end of the month. And I don't think we have anything that needs a motion or anything like that.
Thank you. Will we know more by that work session about that 4 or 5 class size? Will we know more?
It's hard to say because I don't know when they're going to vote on it. It's still coming out of committee and it's still bouncing around, so I don't have a definitive date for when that may or may not catch traction.
Okay. Finance, Mr. Lisk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Ms. Poplar mentioned, we had a joint meeting. We had a couple motions that came out of committee, the first being on travel reimbursement for employees of the system. The IRS sets the reimbursement per mile, and that can float up sometimes and float down. As the policy is written right now, policy 5200, and before I go further, this is going to be approved on the finance side, but then it's got to go to policy to update the policies, and certainly the board has to approve it. Each time there is an adjustment by the IRS, our finance department, Mr. Dudney, has to come to the board for approval. We're just following IRS regulations, so we would, Mr. Dudney asked if we could raise it 3 cents to meet the IRS cap, which is going from 62.5, I believe, to 65.5% reimbursement. We have some employees that are due a reimbursement, I think from maybe January, but we need to get it in before fiscal year. So the Finance Committee approved that. We'd ask that the board would approve it. It's going to go to policy with a request to allow Mr. Dudney and the Finance Department just to follow IRS regulation on an ongoing basis. So, for example, if it floats from 65.5 to 64.5, so it goes down a cent, that they can just go ahead and reimburse the employees as that happens, rather than wait for a meeting or get a special call meeting for the approval. I am, I guess, making that motion.
Okay. So it's coming out of committee to approve the travel reimbursement rate, to have it consistent with the IRS regulation. All I need is a second.
Well, let me clarify that.
Okay.
I was going to say, it's not to change the policy.
Just on the, yes, not to
Yeah.
change the policy. On the finance side, where the motion is to increase from the current 62.5 cent to what the IRS is currently set at 65.5 cents.
Okay, so a motion, you brought it before us to increase it to 65.5 cents. That is correct, right? Mr. Lisk?
Hold on one second. For the IRS regulation.
So do we retroactive?
Okay, so to match that, okay. Effective, okay, effective July
July
the 1st.
Because it's not retroactive.
Okay, but we're going back because these are from the employees from January, correct?
Because it's so far, so many months has already passed, we just needed, I was going to ask the board to make it effective July 1st.
Okay.
So just to make this effective then, July the 1st, okay? And again, that's the 65.5 cents.
It's also, when, in the motion, hope, make sure that I'm correct, is to follow all IRS
Okay.
regulations. That's even the meal costs, hotel staff.
Okay, so follow all IRS regulations for travel reimbursement, and this is effective July 1. Okay, so this is what's coming out of committee.
Yeah, and that's gonna have to go to policy.
Right.
Update that.
They,
verbiage.
okay, but again, we've just got to approve this part.
Correct.
Okay, so we have, coming out of the committee, I need a second.
Second.
Okay, I have a second by Ms. Poplin. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, this has been approved, okay, and again, effective July the 1st. Now you will be able, Mr. List, to take things up with policy.
That is correct, and I'll continue on if you don't mind.
Okay.
We also had a budget amendment. Ask Mr. Dudney to expand on that in his presentation, but the committee did approve it. It's just state adjustments based on ADM, I think it was, in instructional services. So we just have to update the funding that came in on our budget.
Okay. Are we approving any of that now, or are we waiting to
You
you?
want me to go ahead and do that now? And
That, I think it's
Go ahead and
fine
do it
if you
now
want to
since
do it
it's
now
not a
since it's
committee.
right here. Yes.
And you should have that in your board doc there. And you see basically it's about 1.8 million in instructional services.
In your packet, there's some pages that says budget amendment number 2. This will be for the months of April and May, because a couple of months back I brought you everything from July up through March. The first page on that budget amendment, you'll see that the state funds, state public school funds, is increasing right now $1.9 million, which we're sitting at roughly about $68 million in state public school funds. The next page of local current expense increased slightly there, roughly about $32,000, as that's from state sales tax refund from the 21-22 school year. Page 3, federal funds, is actually a slight decrease because we had the some gear funds and stuff that was actually returned back from Stanley County Schools because of the period of September to December did not get recognized as being spent. So it was encumbered, but the state did not recognize it that we had spent it by December 31st. So that's where that's coming from. The next pages was child nutrition funds. You'll see there's roughly about a $500,000 increase there in the budget for child nutrition funds. And then on the last, our Fund 8 funds, there's roughly $433,000 increase there. Presently, through May 31st, we're sitting at a $116 million budget, and I need approval for the $2.9 million of budget amendments for Budget Amendment 2.
And we made that motion coming out of committee, so I would go ahead and make a motion that we approve the budget amendment as presented by Mr. Dudley.
Okay, so it's already coming out of committee. Then you have, are you seconding it, or you just clarified it? You just clarified that for me.
Yeah, he just
I'm
needs a
making
second.
the motion.
Okay, so I need a second. Okay, I have a second. All in favor to approve the budget amendment number 2, say aye. Any opposed, no. This has been approved. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, I'll just finish on this with, and thank you for the time. I know it's late. The rest of our meeting was spent just discussing as a follow-up some of the budget items that are coming up with our county commissioners. And I would just kind of, my biggest note here is I think the board and Mr. Dudley presented to us back in the fall with our child nutrition services where we're running in the red. So at a loss, we're operating. That runs as a profit loss enterprise, and Mr. Lucas had noted that in the joint meeting. But what I would like the board to know coming out of committee is that the state caps that profit at 2%. So although it's set up to run as a enterprise where you can make profit, you really can't make the profit. In other words, to put it in my simple terms, since we have to outlay some local funds for child nutrition services and the food, we take all of the risk to the downside of losing, but we don't have the upside. And that's the best way that I can explain it. The other way I can explain it is that the state sets the funding mechanisms up for child nutrition services allotments based on ADM and not the buildings. So the more cafeterias you have, the more you got to staff, the more equipment, and it's state funding for part of it, but it doesn't cover everything. Thank you.
Thank you for that explanation of that. Thank you. Next is instructional program, Mr. Sorensen.
No report at this time.
Thank you. Marketing and community engagement, Ms. Watson.
No report at this time.
Thank you. Policy, Ms. Whitaker.
The Policy Committee did meet on May 25th, and we are bringing several policies to you that will need to be tabled for 30 days. In lieu of time, I am not going to read these individually. They are available on board docs, also for the public to see. If you will log on to Stanley County Schools website, go under board docs, you'll be able to see these policies listed.
Thank you. So again, these policies are being tabled for 30 days, and then we will take a vote on them or approve them at the next meeting. Safety and security, Dr. Leffler. Thank you. Next on the agenda, we have resolutions. We have 2 resolutions for board consideration and for our approval. I will turn this over to you, Dr. Dennis.
Thank you, and before I begin, I would like to thank the Superintendent of Mooresville Greatest School District who provided language to help me craft these for us. The first resolution is by Stanley County Schools Board of Education concerning universal private school vouchers. Whereas the North Carolina State Constitution guarantees the opportunity to a sound basic education for all children in our state, and according to Article 9, the General Assembly shall provide by taxation and otherwise for a general and uniform system of free public schools, which shall be maintained at least 9 months in every year, and wherein equal opportunities shall be provided for all schools. And whereas the North Carolina courts have held the state of North Carolina, per the Leandro rulings, is not meeting its constitutional obligation to provide the opportunity for a sound basic education to all public students. And whereas House Bill 823, Senate Bill 406, Choose Your School, Choose Your Future, is a universal voucher program which is scheduled to direct billions of dollars of available private school funds to private schools. Further, private schools are not equally available to all students and have no objective oversight process for how they use public dollars. And whereas, unlike public schools, private schools can reject students based on discriminatory criteria established by the private schools. And whereas, providing public dollars to 4 separate schooling options, including traditional public schools, public charter schools, private schools, and homeschools, does not provide a uniform system of education for all students. And whereas, access to various education options is limited to many students based on factors such as, but not limited to, availability of transportation, the need for special education instruction, the ability to provide breakfast and lunch, purchase school supplies, and parental engagement. And whereas the vastly different mechanisms for oversight and operation of these 4 education options creates an uneven playing field. And whereas the North Carolina Office of State Budget Management projects Stanley County Schools will see its state funding drop by $1,445,158 by fiscal year 2026-2027 if this universal voucher program is enacted. And whereas when state funding decreases, the percentage of per pupil funding going towards fixed costs, which include electricity, water, sewer, gas, internet, fuel, etc., increases, and the amount of per pupil funding goes toward educating students decreases. And whereas the Opportunity Scholarship was established to provide an opportunity for students in low-income households to have a choice to attend a private school. And whereas the new program proposed by both chambers removes all income caps. And whereas high-income families already choose to attend private schools and do not need a public school voucher. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Stanley County Schools Board of Education opposes any voucher bill or budget provision that does not include a household income limit as part of an eligibility criteria and does not meet the North Carolina state constitutional obligation to provide a free and uniform system of public education to all students. And be it further resolved, the North Carolina General Assembly should create a new allotment to cover the fixed cost to operate school buildings that is not included in the per pupil funding formula. And be it further resolved that the chair and superintendent are authorized to disseminate this resolution to members of the General Assembly and the governor, and the board encourages parents, students, and other community members to contact their North Carolina legislators to implore them to abide by their own oath to uphold the North Carolina State Constitution, adopted by the Stanley County Schools Board of Education this 6th day of June, 2023.
Thank you. What is the pleasure of the board in consideration and approval of this resolution?
I would make a motion to approve the resolution as read by Dr. Dennis.
I have a motion to approve the resolution by Mr. Lisk. Is there a second? I have a second by Ms. Watson. Is there any discussion, board members?
I know everybody's dead tired, but I'll make two comments. I looked into this voucher nonsense is what it really is. The vouchers are for $6,500, and the average cost for private school in North Carolina is almost $95. So basically, this is a penalty for not being rich. Okay, really, unless you can afford the extra $2,000, $3,000 per kid, you're not going to be able to do it anyway. Personally, my own grandchildren attend a private school. It won't cover where they go, and it's below the state average. Their parents do not need this. Okay, I'm not bragging. I'm just saying that the income level cap. There's no need to punish the poor, and that is all this is a war on the poor. And I'm appalled that they even think this is a good idea. So I'm just echoing what you're doing. I mean, everybody's tired. This kind of thing really here makes me mad.
Mr. Sorensen, I spoke to my husband about almost the same thing. I said, you know, when vouchers first came about, they were to help our children that were low income in poverty-stricken areas. And now it has evolved to this. And I agree with you 100% in what you've said. Are there any other comments or discussion? All in favor to approve this resolution for the Stanley County Schools Board of Education concerning universal private school vouchers as read, say aye. Any opposed, no. This resolution by the Stanley County Board of Education concerning universal private school vouchers has been approved. Thank you. We have one more.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's also a resolution by the Stanley County Schools Board of Education regarding pay increases for teachers, bus drivers, and other school employees. Whereas the Stanley County Schools Board of Education supports a competitive market salary to recruit and retain high-quality, full-time teachers and other school employees, including bus drivers, and whereas inadequate pay is a long-standing issue for teacher and teacher vacancies that has increased dramatically, and whereas at the beginning of the 2022-23 school year, the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction reported 5,540 teacher vacancies on the first day of classes, a 46% increase from the 2021-2022 school year. And whereas the Senate budget proposal allocates approximately $407.4 million over the biennium for pay increases to all school district personnel compared to the House proposal of $1.068 billion over the biennium, a difference of more than $660 million. And whereas the Senate proposal includes an average 4.5% increase in teacher pay over the biennium, and whereas the Senate pay plan for teachers with 14 or more years of experience includes a salary increase of $200 per year in the first year of the biennium and an additional $50 per year in the second year. And whereas the House budget proposal includes a maximum pay increase of 7.5% for all school employees, an average 10.2% increase for teachers, reinstating master's pay, and a 9.5% boost in salary for bus drivers. And whereas at the beginning of the 2022-23 school year, 98 of the state's 115 local superintendents responded to a survey conducted by the North Carolina Superintendents Association that showed there were 11,297 school staff vacancies across North Carolina, including 1,342 bus drivers. And whereas districts statewide are facing a crisis because of the school bus driver shortage, and whereas The Senate proposal includes a salary increase of 2.5% in each year of the biennium for school bus drivers, which is half of what is proposed by the House. And now therefore be it resolved that the Stanley County Schools Board of Education opposes Edition 5 of House Bill 259, 2023 Appropriations Act, and favors Editions 3 of House Bill 259, 2023 Appropriations Act. That includes 10.2 increase in teacher pay over the biennium, a 9.5 increase in bus driver pay over the biennium. Be it further resolved that the chair and superintendent are authorized to disseminate the resolution to members of the General Assembly and the governor, and the board encourages parents, students, and other community members to contact their North Carolina legislators to implore them to abide by their oath and uphold the state constitution. I do want to make one correction that I see. That should be Senate Bill 259.
Oh,
No, yeah, no, it's right, it's right. No, it's correct, never mind. No, it's correct, it's correct. It's correct as read.
I just want to make sure where you said whereas the House budget proposal includes a minimum pay increase, I think you said maximum.
Oh, I
When you were reading,
apologize.
that's
Did I?
okay, I just,
Okay. Sorry, reading two back to back.
thank you. What is the pleasure of the board in consideration and approval of this resolution regarding pay increases for teachers, bus drivers, and other school employees?
I make a motion to approve the resolution as read by Dr. Dennis.
Have a motion by Mr. Lisk to approve. A second? A second by Ms. Watson. Is there any discussion?
I just want to say that, we're well aware of the fact that these folks need, better pay. We can't, compete with our neighboring counties without it, and, I just hope that this will go through. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment or discussion? I appreciate you doing this resolution for us, both of them, Dr. Dennis. I have a motion, I have a second. All in favor of the Stanley County Schools Board of Education regarding pay increases for teachers, bus drivers, and other school employees, resolution as read by Dr. Dennis, say aye. Opposed, no. This resolution has been approved. Now let it be recorded that both of these resolutions were approved and adopted on the 6th day of June, 2023. Thank you, Dr. Dennis. Next, we have curriculum and instruction. Mr. Plummer.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. I bring to you tonight an item requiring action. Each year, local boards must formally vote on the Alternative Schools Modified Accountability System. The Alternative Accountability System is an alternative to the school performance grade. In your attachments, options A, B, and C are described on page 4. Stanley County Schools has traditionally selected option B, allowing for the accountability to come from 20% student persistence, 20% school achievement, and 60% growth. We must also select an alternative school insufficient data option under ESSA. All alternative or other eligible schools must have an insufficient data option. Again, Stanley County Schools has traditionally selected to use 3 years of data to calculate this rating, described on page 2. I ask tonight for your vote on both options.
So first of all, I'm going to ask for this. May I have a motion to approve option B of the Alternative Schools Modified Accountability as presented by Mr. Plummer?
Make Make a motion, we approve option B as the alternative schools modified accountability system.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Poplin, a second by Mr. Sorensen. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Okay, option B has been approved. Now, will you give me, Mr. Plummer, the motion that we need for that second one?
If you look on the bottom of page 2, the alternative school insufficient data option, under ESSA, option B is there, 3 years. Use 3 years of data to calculate the letter grade for the school.
Okay, I need a motion to approve that option B, which includes 3 years of data.
I make a motion that we adopt the 3-year use of data to calculate the letter grade for the school under ESSA.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Poplin, a second by Ms. Watson. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Okay, this has been approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Auxiliary services, we might have already had that. Uh-oh, okay. So, Dr. Dennis, this is our budget presentation.
We've had a great board meeting thus far, so we hate to end a great thing. We were going to give you a presentation. I think, yes, okay, I hope you'll just drive it for us, if you don't mind. Some of this data we've provided, so it's not going to be anything new, and we just did some analysis. You're probably going to have some questions, so, well, we're just going to go through it real quick, if it can be brought back up. Can you bring the presentation back up? He's got it. All right. No. The one that was just up there. Is it on yours? Here you go. I'll drive it from here. It's fine.
I think,
Okay. So we all know, as far as funding goes, some of our biggest challenges are recruitment, retention of our employees. Being a rural system, we tend to, and a lot of systems do, tend to have a small pool of candidates, employees leaving our system to neighboring systems for more money, and sometimes even cutting their drive time, especially when you live in certain parts of the county. Limited resources to attract and retain employees, and it's just hard for us to be competitive with our adjacent districts, even though some of those who might not have larger revenue sources. So I'm not going to read this to you. It's just for your information, in case, you can always access it later. But that's local funding per student for fiscal year 1920 and 21-22, and this is reported through the North Carolina County Commissioners the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners. So this is their funding source. All this comes from DPI, so it'll all mesh together. Oh, next. So I just want to give you a couple definitions to make sure we're speaking the same language. When I say ADM, that just means average daily membership. An average daily membership is the total number of school days within a given term, usually a school month or year, and that a student's name is on the current roll of a class, regardless of his or her being present or absent. It's the number of days in membership for that student. So if that student's in membership, they get counted as one, and so on and so forth. At the beginning of the school year, we had approximately a little over 8,600 kids in membership, daily membership. So when I say per pupil funding, what I mean is the amount of local current expense given by the county to educate students in a county that they attend in a public school, whether it be traditional or charter. Now, when I talk about per pupil funding today, we're going to talk about Stanley County Schools kids as our local current expense, because I've seen the County Commissioners Association do it both ways, but we're just going to be talking about our traditional schools and our local current expense. I will talk about charter some, but I'm not trying to interchange them so much. Pass-through monies are monies given to the district and local current expense that's earmarked for a budget of another county entity. So essentially, it would be like, I'm given this money, but I don't know, I'm just gonna make an example. I'll give you the example later, but say I'm given this money because I have to hire EMS to be somewhere every day, and then, you know, I parse that out. Well, that money just needs to be given to EMS, and us not have to be the funding agent for that. All right? So right now, according to the Association of County Commissioners, DPI, that Cabarrus County, you see their numbers, 28 unions. That's the funding ranking within the state. So Cabarrus at 2408 ranks 28th, which we knew they would be higher. Union 31st, Rowan 36th. Montgomery right now sits at 37th. They fund their kids at $2,269 per student. Anson is 83rd in the 1920 year. They are a Tier 1 county, which means they do receive more money, more low wealth money per capita than we do. Is that correct? Okay. And Anson was at 1637. We were a little lower at 1634. That puts us at 85th. Now, if you'll fast forward to the 2021 school year, Cabarrus and Union, Rowan, all of them, they stay relatively where they are. Montgomery is funding at 2166, which is 36th. Anson is funding at 1903, which is 50th. Again, they're a Tier 1 county. And Stanley County is funding at 1363, which is 94th in the state. Any questions up to this point before I move on? Yes, ma'am.
Will you please go back to that? I just have a comment to make. It is appalling to see that our surrounding counties, and some I understand with their funding per student, but when you see Montgomery County at $2,166.36, ranked 36th, you see Anson at 1,903, ranked 50th, and you see Stanley at 1,363, ranked 94th. It is appalling. And I hope that with the resolutions that we have done, I hope that people who are watching this, that they see that we are working hard, we're trying, but this is unacceptable to be 94th in ranking.
Dr. Dennis, just to clarify, because I think I recall correctly, but the most recent data that we have from the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners in their 2022 report is that 2021 school year.
This is the most current I have from the County Commissioners Association. I will pull up a slide in a minute that gives some, this was just released not too long ago, maybe a month or so ago, from DPI that's going to give some other numbers. They're not in a ranking system yet, but I will give you a few numbers here in a second.
Okay, but just so I...
But that is, yes, sir, to answer your question, that is the last publication, and I checked today, that they've released with these numbers.
Okay, so as far as the County Commissioner Association goes, their most recent data show that we've moved from 85th to 94th in the state, and there's 115 school districts, I think, so we're...
That's correct.
Kind of last, we're 50th, I think, as a state in funding nationally, which is last place, and then we're nearly last place in local funding.
Yeah, the 50th is kind of a funding with the ability to fund. Not necessarily you're the lowest, but they put together a formula that says your ability to fund, and they base that on how well you fund, if that makes sense.
It does, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Dudney and Dr. Dennis. Montgomery, when I look at the most recent county commissioner slide here, where they're ranked 36, so they're kind of in the top tier in funding locally at 2,166. They're also a Tier 2 county like we are, and they receive similar funding from the state. It's just that they're substantially higher in local funding.
Yeah, I can't comment exactly the funding, but yeah, what you're saying is correct. They are a Tier 2 county like us, and as far as if you look at their rankings, they'll be closer to us than we would to some of these other counties. Next slide, please. Just hit enter. There you go, that works too. So what I do have is, so when you look at the school report card from SAS and DPI, they also give you a per pupil funding mechanism. And this is from the 2021-2022 school year, it's the most recent. And you can go on the SAS's website, and if you pull the district tab, there's a district summary. It's at the bottom of the district summary. And at the bottom, it does indicate that North Carolina average is $2,457. Of course, Cabarrus, Rowan, and Union being lockstep of what they normally do, they stay within that $2,600. Montgomery went up just a smidge based on where they were the first year that I was talking about, which is $2,265. Anson is up to $1,667, and we're below Anson at $1,634. Any questions on that? Those numbers should be fairly accurate.
Okay, and just to, like, DPI is using the same sort of formulas, we think, as North Carolina Association of County
Yeah, it looks at the association moved from using their formula, which is unweighted with charter number, to DPI's formula.
Yeah, and it's basically how they're calculating this, if I recall correctly, it's money coming in locally from our county that's comes out of the commissioner budget allocated to our school.
It's the current local expense, not the capital. Yes, it's just the current local
Yes, so
expense.
excluding the capital, divided by our average daily membership.
That's correct. And the average daily membership is calculated through child nutrition. They get that number at the end of the year. It's generated through a report. So you won't know, you can't tell until the year ends out, everything's reconciled, and then those numbers get reported. But, yeah, we won't know till what this year is going to be until the year concludes.
So it's showing that we're.
When? He said by, Mr. Dudney said by October, November, we should have those final numbers. So I just threw together some numbers. Right now, the county's budget is giving us $15 million. You'll see that number doesn't change. The only thing I change is students. It looks like they got a number of students based on a PMR from maybe March, which is 8516, and gives a per pupil of 1761.43. I do want to say this before I move into the next number. These are just projections because you don't know. Again, you won't know the number until the end of the 2024 school year into, would say, into the next year almost. But I know at least. Go on. Yeah, it's based on their projected budget. Yeah, feel free to jump in anytime. Yeah, based on the projected budget, that's the number for the projected budget. So projected local education funding per student. So that's the projected amount we would get. They're using that as a projected number to project an allotment, which is hard to do. And I'll tell you why it's hard to do is because we got a projected number from the state. What was the projected number at the beginning of the year? Was it right under 8,400 or did they say our ADM? Yeah.
We were allotted this year based on 8,377 kids.
So 8,377, but yet the state had to give us more state money because we ended up with well over 100, I think it was 8650 something that we ended up. So that's quite a discrepancy. That's almost 300 kids. So I'm going more toward I'll have maybe 300 kids that I did this year because now DPI is saying you'll have 8,772. That is their number projection for us for funding for next year, correct? Correct. So I just used that formula for what DPI has given us, and that gave you about $1,710. So that's what we kind of figure it's maybe be in that ballpark.
Let me make sure I understand correctly. So the SES, Stanley County Schools projection, the state's going to fund us based on 8,772.
The initial funding will be on 8,772. If we dip 100 below that, they'll take some money back. If we go over 100, then they start looking at additional funding.
Okay, and we are getting funded locally on a number, a couple hundred or so less than that, at 8516. Is that correct?
That is the amount that is used in the county manager's recommended budget is the 8,516.
Which looks like the number taken off maybe even the March or some PMR.
If we go to 8,800, do we get any additional appropriation from the county throughout the year for that?
They would have to approve that.
So their commissioner board would have to approve our growth, possibly.
They would, if we needed additional monies, they would have to approve that. So like, when all the teachers and everyone get the raises after budget were passed, you know, we still have people who do not fall under state monies that we have to pay. Every county does. And so when you start paying those, we actually we didn't ask for the money. We took and went out of our local current expense to pay those salaries and those benefits of those individuals. Or I should say, we had to match their pay with what the state employees are paying. I can't tell you, you're a teacher or a staff member paid under state, and even though you're local, which a lot of people fall under local, then I'm not going to give you the same raise. So we have to pick that up.
And if some of these students, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, some of these students, like for example, if we hit 87.72 from where we're at now, but we're funded locally at 85.16, and given our K-3 class size mandate, if that requires us, because of those extra students, to have to hire a teacher, but it doesn't meet the formula to be allotted the money from the state, then we have to fund that out of local current expense.
That's true, and you also have to take into account, we may have some additional
Since they quite possibly K-5.
opportunities with the fourth and the fifth grade as well. But yes, if I have to make a new class because, we'll just say I'll take any school, Aquadale, first alphabetically. So if Aquadale has these two classes and they're sitting at, we won't even say the average, we're sitting at the max they can have, and we have to create another class, that money will come out of local. I mean, it's not a part of the allotment. So we have to find another way to pay for that teacher.
Which means we have to pull from the money that we already have that we had earmarked maybe for other projects or other uses, or we've got to go back to the county commissioners, since we have no taxing ability, ask for more money to help fund the growth.
They would have to approve any additional funding if we do increase our student numbers, yes. Only the state automatically makes that adjustment. Even the adjustment they make, it's not the full amount, is it? It's a partial.
If you're over 100, or if you're under 100, it's 50% of the allotment that would carry for per child.
Yeah, but they do give us additional funding. It's just not funded at the full amount. If they would have estimated our number at that prior to the school year.
Have the commissioners in the past ever come back and made an adjustment to an allotment?
I cannot answer that. During my tenure, we have not come and asked. We just kind of took it and paid for it our own. Next slide, please. Oh, no, go back, I apologize. Now, just for fun, what I did was I added the charter numbers in there too, because we have about 410, I think the county is 410, 420 charter kids. I used 410. Because what the state and all these people do not do is they don't configure that I can find out. I've had some people tell me some different stuff the past couple of days, but right now it doesn't look like that they're adding that into our funding formula. So when you say we get this amount, we got to add the charter schools in, and just to tell you what the real number will be once we take it out, it's going to be closer to 16 because we have to take out the money and send it to the charter school for their cut. And that's a lot of districts. That's not just us. And some get hit harder than others. Some districts have very little amount of students to go to charter schools. Some have many more. And so it can look a lot of different ways. But, if you're really looking at, if you want to really have a real look at what each Stanley County school kid does in the Stanley County Schools District, not just Stanley County itself, it's just another number to look at.
So you're saying out of the $15 million that we're allotted locally, we've got to pay charter students out of that?
They will get their part of the funding out of local current expense, yes.
Our actual cut of that is much lower.
Once we pay the charter, because we have to give them their portion based on what the calculated per pupil allotment will end up being. And I think they used to be
If we lower our total funding actually to Stanley County schools coming in, and we actually increase the number of students from some of the growth that we're seeing, and if I'm doing the math correctly, our per pupil allotment goes down.
That's correct.
Okay.
For the 22-23 school year, we're roughly about $650,000 to $660,000 will be going to charter schools out of our local current expense.
Wait, will you repeat that? How much will be
In
going?
the 22-23 school year that we're ending up
Right.
right now, roughly about 650 to 660 will be the amount of 650,000 to 660,000 will be going to charter schools for the number of kids that we've served or that they have served this year from Stanley County.
That's our charter number.
And that's to all charters, not just,
Yes,
Yeah.
that's
All
that, yes.
charters.
Not just the charters that exist within your county, but, you know, the way the law works, as long as you can get them transportation, you can go to any church, you can live anywhere. You can go live in Murphy, go to Banio. Not that it happens, I'm sure, but anyway, that's how it works, as long as you can get the ride. So, some charter, you know, just depending on how it goes, as far as the monies we take out the certain amount and give it out, but, you know, charter schools may get different amounts of money depending on what the per pupil allotment for each different county is.
We have roughly about 80 kids that go outside of Stanley County charter schools.
So, we just did some funding. Go back to the one before. I just want to make sure I'm doing something.
The next one's to pass through.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. But that's without it.
This is without the pass
Oh,
through.
yeah. Okay. I thought it was the next slide. So here's what we did. The projected local education funding per pupil allotment, what we do is we have, there's different pass-through money that's, you know, that we get. It's mainly one source. I'm not going to say different. I should back up. There's one source of pass-through money, and Terry can feel free to jump in at any time. It's our SROs. When you look at our SROs, it looks like the budget for next year is going to be $623,291 for our SROs, and that's the amount of money for the ones that currently exist. And with this, the proposed, I should say, this is the proposed number, correct? It's the proposed, yeah, I don't want to say this is it, you know, but as of right now, this is what the county's looking to pay for in SROs. The only thing is, the money is given to us, and we're used as the fiscal agent to pay the count, or I should say, the sheriff's department. So we make, is it quarterly, is it?
It's quarterly.
It's quarterly, so we make a quarterly check cut to the sheriff's department. Now, there's a couple things that happen when you put it in pass-through funding. Number one, the charter schools get a chunk because it's local current expense. So how much was it?
It was about $28,000.
Yeah, it's about
That
$30,000.
number that would go to charter schools.
So I've got to give that part of the money to the charter school, so I got to come out of other local current expense to make that back up to cut the check. Now, if the county just cuts the check straight to the sheriff's office, number one, I don't have to worry about cutting a check. Number two, I don't have to make that money up. I mean, that's a position. And number three, it'll change your per pupil allotment because it's not monies that I directly am using for my pupils. It's money I'm given to reimburse the sheriff's department. So if I could make a recommendation for the board, it will be to ask the county. I called two of our surrounding counties superintendents and talked to another one I know well. And I asked them, I said, does yours pass through the budget? They said, no, it does not. The monies go directly to it. I can't say there's another one out there. I didn't call 115. But I just don't see the reason that we need that money to pass through us when the county can just cut it straight to the sheriff's department. Another thing that clears up that we've had conversations with is I don't need to be in conversations on whether or not sheriff's deputies get raises. They're not my employee. And I don't understand, but yet I'm holding their money. So there's clearly a confusion there between who actually is the funding and fiscal agent and who makes these type of decisions, because I don't think I need to be in that discussion, nor do I think anybody needs, to really be in discussion on other departments. So
if I'm seeing that correctly, then because our county commissioners or county managers, someone who's responsible in that entity for funding our school system has chosen to pass SRO funding through our school system, we are then further penalized because we have to pay out that funding. And it seems like, and I guess it goes back to your other slide, and this has been going on for some time.
As long as I've been here, yeah.
So that kind of bloats up some of the past numbers that we looked at on the few slides before, like 1920, 2021. So if my math is correct, then those numbers are actually incorrect because they're counting SRO funding in the total amount per
Well,
pupil.
we have to have SROs, as you know that, I wouldn't want anyone to ever make the argument, well, you can spend it the way you want to. No, there's a number on the other column of the sheriff's budget that is the exact number that cost us for these. So it's already,
We know
it's
other
an
counties
item in their
around
budget,
us.
correct?
It's an actual line item under the sheriff's department budget for SROs. And like this year, it's $570,000. So, pretty much what it shows is you've got an expense of $570,000, and then you've got a revenue coming from Stanley County Schools back into that same sheriff's budget for $570,000.
So we're cutting the checks to the sheriff's department. I mean, just send the money directly to them.
And we're in competition with our surrounding counties, and I guess stacked ranked by DPI on the funding per pupil. And we at least know 2 of the counties around us aren't passing that through, so their numbers are actually probably more accurate than ours, so that would actually widen the gap.
I can only say that I know for a fact that 3 counties that I spoke to do not pass through it, so their per
Which makes
pupil
sense.
allotment is not affected by their SRO funding.
And have we asked the county to redirect that allotment?
No, I have not formally asked.
This is a county commissioner decision, not a sheriff's department decision, correct?
So it is not a sheriff's decision. No, it's not. That's not a decision they have, nor do I think it's a decision they've been involved in, per se. I just think that, when you do the budget, if that's gonna happen, I would rather you take the money directly from my budget now and pay them, so I don't have to lose the money to the charter school to make back up. Just go ahead and cut them the check.
Is this something that we could request to the county before they approve their budget coming up?
I don't see why you couldn't. You're the school board, you can request.
So I'm thinking, can we not go ahead, you've made a recommendation, and the way we've discussed it, can we not just go ahead and make a motion that,
Do you want me to wait till I'm done with the presentation? Or do you want to do it now? It's up to you, I'm just asking.
I like the fact that we're talking about it right
Okay.
now, and it seems like you've made that recommendation, we've had discussion about it. I would like to see if our board just take action on it.
And I've got one question before we do that.
Yeah.
This number right here, this 14.37 million, that's the net of, not having the SRO funding pass through. Does this include, what we have to pay out to the charter schools?
I did it 3 different ways. I did the number as it would affect their budget if they just said, I'm gonna take it and just go ahead and cut the check so we don't put it in your current expense. And you'll see that first number, it's 1688.24. I did our DPI projection as I did the previous slide, which puts it at 1638.97.
But the 14,377, does that include what we have to pay out to the charter schools?
Yes, the 1430, yeah. I only took the line item that which Terry gave me, the 623,291, that's gonna be earmarked for SROs. And I put that there. That number does not account for the number we'll lose to the charter as well, unless you look at the last one.
What's the ballpark on
But that's just a per pupil.
what we think out of the 14.37 million how much of that has to go to the charter school? You know?
Our estimate was 410, I think, Dr. Dennis, is what you used. 410 was the estimate that we had,
That's
that
what
we
I
used
used.
on charter schools. So you'd had to take the 9,100, the 9,188 students divided into the 14 million, and then multiply that by 410. And that would be the amount that would be going to the charter schools.
Okay, so you mind if I do that math real quick?
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm a numbers guy, my wife's here and she knows how anal I am about it. So if I just say, you said 1564.77 times 410.
That'd be about $642,000 that would go to the charter schools.
Okay, so let's just make round math here, because they're estimates. So I'm just gonna use $14.377 million, 14.377. And we said 642,000. So out of our total allotment, just to make sure I got this correct, of roughly $15 million in our, the county manager recommended budget, that included roughly $623,000 of pass-through SRO funding, and that includes roughly $642,000 of pass-through charter school funding, which nets out what's coming to Stanley County Schools at approximately $13.735 million. Is that correct?
Sounds-
And then if I divide that number by what DPI is projecting, because I think we looked at the last month and it was 8,607, but we've seen higher numbers throughout the year.
That was our 2-day.
Yeah, so if I just
Or excuse me,
use-
2 month, 2 month.
I
That was our
just
2
use
month.
DPI's projection here, I'm coming out at $1,566 rounded. And what was the, which is lower, so $1,566 is what we're kind of ballparking here on this estimate. And when I look back at the DPI information on the 21-22 school year, where we're stack ranked, and then the 1634, which we're in last place of our surrounding counties, and then I'll look back at the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners most recent published year. We are ranked 94th out of 115 at a whopping $1,363. It looks like per what we were funded last year that we're possibly lowering, but it's hard to tell.
Well, the projection you'll get from DPI will probably look up because we'll have some more students. I think everybody's going to be up a little bit because there's more revenues coming in, some things like that. That's if you want to but you look at the way that the state does their numbers, they don't take into consideration charter schools and a lot of stuff like that. They just give you an end of the year number and say, this is your per pupil funding. So while it is a per pupil funding for the district, it's not really, and that's why I just give you those extra numbers, not,
The 1634, we think with DPI is just counting our students.
That's correct.
Right, so
Yes.
1634.
1634 would just be counting our
And if
students.
Our math is, again, just ballpark estimates
It was
here.
8189, was that right? It was right under 82,000 from that previous year, yeah. That's right.
Yeah, so if we're correct
And I think the
if
current
I'm
ex-
correct in looking at this data for the year 21-22 from DPI,
Mhm.
At a funding amount of $1,634 that is based on solely Stanley County School students and
Mhm.
local funding, it looks like we're going backwards at $1,566 per student. Meanwhile, our county revenues have grown, our system has grown, we've had inflation and costs have gone up, we have bus drivers that we need to pay, we've got teachers and mandates and K-3 class size mandate, we also have a class size 4 or 5 mandate coming down the pipeline. This frustrates me, board members. Thank you.
Well, and just to add to that, I know that there's been some talk at the state level of even taking charter school pass-through out of local budgets and putting that where the commissioners would actually just send that straight to the charter schools. So
Yeah.
it would make sense, hearing what I've been hearing at state legislation, to go ahead and ask that this also not be passed through.
Yeah.
Just
That
so
does
you
make-
guys know that that is something that has been taken up. I don't know that it's
That does make a lot of
Gone
sense.
anywhere,
Just
but-
get the pass through on all of it and let us know, this is how much money you have to work
well,
with.
and there's a lot of time. I don't know that most folks know this, but Mr. Dudney spends a lot of time calculating all those charter school fund, because like you said, each county is different, and so there's a lot of time spent by him and his staff getting those numbers and sending those checks, and just a lot of legwork there also.
Next. So the last thing
Did you wanna
we're
do
just
the
going to
motion?
I'm sorry.
I think she's wanting to go ahead and do it.
Can we go back to that previous slide?
Yes, ma'am.
I just feel like we need to take care of this right now. I don't know if other board members do, but I feel like that we just need to go ahead as a board, make a motion that the SR funding does not, it doesn't pass through, that check doesn't pass through Stanley County Schools. Okay, it goes directly from commissioner to sheriff department. So I would like a motion.
I would make a motion that the county commissioners, county manager of the county, direct the SRO funding directly to the sheriff's department and not pass through our budget.
Have a motion by Mr. Lisk. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a second by several people. Any more discussion about this?
I would just like to also say that, you know, again, with them not being our employees and the salary situation, it seems like.
Makes sense.
Seems like a better fit for it to go straight through.
And we need more of them.
Yes.
I mean, we need them in the schools.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, this has passed.
So,
This has been recorded, correct? Thank you.
the last thing I was asked to do is just put together look at some increases and some trends, I should say. So I didn't count the first line, but I did the revenue comparison for the last 5 years, which was 17 to 23. I didn't do 22, 23 because we just looked at the amended budget, and as of April 30th of the amended budget, it looks like revenue is going to be 87 million. Is that correct on that? Okay. So, but as far as budgets that have been, completed and, the fiscal year is over, if you take 17, 18 to 21, 22, you're looking at a 22% increase over 5 years. You need me to stop, Terry?
No, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
I thought I had that sheet.
Oh, yeah, no worries. I saw it. So if you look at the Stanley County fund balance history, we're up 22% revenue, but over the past 5 years, you're up 47% in fund balance. Going from 25, almost doubling it, to 48, almost $50 million. What's next? If you look at Stanley County Schools funding history over the past 5 years, we're up 15% in local current expense. That's just local current, right? I didn't pull the other one yet.
You're saying that we're not, our funding on a year-over-year basis over this time period, that we're we're losing our piece of the pie as our county has grown?
I'm saying as a 5-year trend, you're not growing proportionate to the county's revenue. And then you're definitely not growing to the fund balance, because the fund balance is doubling.
What was that fund balance again?
It was almost 50 million.
And we asked for, I think in our budget request, we asked for another $2 million.
Let me get to that shortly. So I did put pay scales on here. Our certified supplement right now is 5%. A lot of nearby school systems, especially to the west, they're working around 12. Our principal supplement is it's a graded scale. It's not my favorite. It's what we had, but I'm not positioned to change it quite yet. But it's 358 to 577, depending on the size of school. Of course, high school is going to get more because they have more going on, more students. Some of the surrounding counties are looking at 18%, or that'd be about $1,400 a month for a high school nearby. So if you're a high school principal in some of these counties, you're getting 18%. You're making $1,400 a month instead of $577 a month in your supplement. That's not your pay. So, pay, of course, is negotiable as well, so it could look different. You could get extra supplements.
So I'm going to stop you for 1 second, if that's okay. So you're saying that our certified supplements and our principal supplements are relatively about half of what our neighboring.
And I'm going to tell you, I'm
are.
going to be honest with you, those are some of the higher end districts. They are, but they're neighboring districts. And, but you have to take that into account. I can't compare everything with the tier 1 county I connect to or stuff like that. Because this is what your reality is.
Are we losing teachers, employees, principals, across the board? Are we suffering and losing to other counties who are picking off? We're training our employees, and then they're going to other counties for higher pay?
Yeah, I lost a couple principals last year. I've lost staff as well, bus drivers, teachers, and they'll tell me it's for the higher pay. The ones who do fill out the exit interview, which is not all of them, some of them do, some of them don't, or want to do the exit interview, some of them just want to be done and, leave.
Well, it's such an employee crisis
See
that
that.
we're also having to recruit. And
I'm gonna say this. Yes, we have a hard time recruiting. When we were looking for a football coach and stuff, once we found out what they were paying, we went through numerous iterations until finally we just had to say, we're going to do something internal. I've had administrators say, no, that's not enough money, or that know that we don't pay as much, just call me ahead of time before they're like, I'm not even going to apply if you can't get me to this number. Knowing that, we have a hard time doing that. And you have to go into current expense to get those monies.
So like many small private businesses.
The only thing I would say that's seen some success is we were able to hire quite a few teachers from out of county in Albemarle High School and such, because we were using the ESSER sign-on, which was $10,000. That helped to recruit some people. But I only have that at the hard-to-staff schools.
And that runs out next fiscal year.
No, yes, next fiscal year is the last year for those monies. So as far as classified compensation, I just gave you, in case you wanted it, on the next page, the supplement monies given by the county to pay our supplements are $375,000 is what the county gives us to pay supplements. So to pay all of our supplements, I have to take $1.75 million out of local current expense. About 1,100 maybe. Everybody?
We actually have roughly about 650 certified employees that actually receive that supplement.
You would just, yeah.
Because we just have, it's just a certified teacher supplement.
But all employees, I think we got right over 1,000.
Yes, almost 1,100.
Yeah, almost 1,100. So, moving along, increase in staff pay. We asked for $1.2 million for a 1% certified supplement increase, and that's really only moving us for 5 to 6%. But I think anything will be good. The creating new pay scale that will be more equitable for our staff. We got a lot of them that, given the $13 and $15 increases, that's been here a long time, and they don't make any more money than some of the others.
And Dennis, if I can make a comment
Please
on
do.
that. As I've said earlier in some of our meetings, the state adopted the new pay scale range that the Office of State Personnel uses. That actually needs to go, legislation says that needs to go in effect July 1st of 2024. So they're giving us next school year to accommodate our classified staff to the existing pay scale that has been approved.
And so right now, we're getting an approximate increase in the proposed budget from the county of almost $1.1 million. So I would still need more to get that staff increase in pay, but what I'm afraid of is that I'm having to pay monies out of contracted services because I can't recruit and retain people that go into state allotments, that may take a chunk of that 1.1 million that I won't be able to even look at using for any type of staff pay. And again, as you can see, to give everyone a raise, I need $2.6 million.
And when you say like the contracted services, like for classified, are you meaning like, for example, if Mr. Bowers can't find a plumber to fill a position, that we have to then pay higher cost?
If Mr. Bowers can't find a plumber, if I can't find a therapist, now it's gotten to where they're teachers. You can actually, a classroom teacher, you can contract them, especially EC, because they're hard to find. And
You say a lot of contracted services fall under the
a lot of them
EC
do, yeah.
department,
Because first of all, EC's hard to find, and second of all, some of these people with some of these degrees, they charge a premium. And, we could go offline and talk about it because some of them are separate instances. I'd hate to say in public, but, there's a person we pay for one of our students that may cost us $100,000 a year once through contracted services. But if I were able to actually hire that out, it would be a fraction of that.
Well, and a lot of those are specialized services
That's
that are,
correct.
if I'm correct, federally regulated. It's not like we can choose or
You
not
can't just use
choose
anybody. They have to have,
offer this service.
they have to have certain qualifications to be able to render the service.
In some of these classified, if I recall correctly from our committee conversations, Mr. Dudney, on that new pay scale was to help folks like the bus drivers, so that they didn't go 10 years, for example, where we've had these mandates come down on pay and you have a manager making newbie making $15 an hour. We had higher pay for certain employees and would help recruit, retain in that role.
The State Board of Education agreed, reason why they have changed the whole, there was so much study done that Office of State Personnel did on job descriptions and job opportunities that DPI was reinventing the wheel. They were doing some of the same studies to have a pay scale that was through DPI. So what I understand is they said, why go and recreate something that the state's already doing it, and we're all classified as state employees. So that's why that's come about, that the Department of Public Instruction and the State Board of Education approved to use the pay scale that the state Office of State Personnel was using.
Next slide, please. There's the pay scale, and go ahead. I just want to highlight one more time, and I know everybody's getting ready to go home. If you look at everything we're spending and how we're spending this through the state, we kind of match up with everyone. We're lower in our central services than the state average by quite a little bit. But our purchase services, which are our services that we just spoke about earlier as far as contracted services, are much higher than the state. And the reason being is we're having to pay for people we can't recruit and retain. So, hope. There's where I got all the numbers, just to show you. I'm not making them up off the top of my head. Come from the Association of County Commissioners, Stanley County Gov, and the reports from SAS. So,
I promise this is my last comment.
you ask as many as you want.
Can you go back to the slide before?
Of course.
So when I look at the bottom line for Stanley County Schools, the actual line there, central expenses, we're showing it is about 4.2% of our budget, whereas the state average is about 6.2%.
Yes.
If I'm seeing that correctly, our central office, so folks that are there, our cabinet, and making this system run, we're underfunded by about 50%.
Well, the monies we were able to spend, I would say the monies we're able to spend to fund other things, the way we have to run our central office, our funding is about 30% less than the state average.
So, for example, like when teachers need to reach out to finance because they've got a question on a supplement, and it's hard to reach someone, that's because we have a lot of people doing several different jobs.
That's correct. If you look at other school systems our size, you can see where there are other, maybe assistant HR and some assistants maybe in a finance or something like that role that these districts have that we do not currently utilize.
And just to let you know, the previous pay scale, that is the existing pay scale that we're operating on right now for our classified staff. That is, as of December, is no longer there, December of 22. So this is what we're doing this year, but as of next year, we've got to revamp our classified pay scale to be effective July 1st of 24 on the new that's been approved.
And just for the public who's looking at that, when we look at grade 50 to grade 58, which is the same minimum amount, that could equate to an employee going for 10 years or more and not ever getting a raise. And so the effect for our local taxpayer and our school system here is when we are forced to have to adopt this scale, those state-paid employees are then going to get a significant raise. And we're going to have county-paid employees here that we have to pay for to operate this system, and we don't have enough employees, clearly. That's going to significantly impact our budgeting needs.
We need significant monies to help retain and recruit people. We just do, and a lot of it has to do with where we sit geographically, But at the same point in time, if changes aren't made, then we're going to be in dire straits.
And I believe your department, Mr. Dudney, was working on the DPI is providing some trainings and some more information to where we can actually quantify what it will cost us in adopting that scale.
Presently, I have not actually looked and started creating a pay scale based on the new job classifications that's been approved. It's still a minimum and maximum, but in order to create a pay scale that would work for 30 to 35 years, you need a step increase. So that's sort of the same thing that I created using this pay scale twice in the last 2.5 years. That where we need to, if you've been here 5 years or if you've been here 20 years, you're not making the same dollar amount as somebody that walks in the door. And presently right now what we have is a scale that does not work. It just does not function because over the years there's been such stagnant and things have held to where we've got people that actually have to work 25 years before they even get a raise. And a raise might be 5 cents an hour on the hourly rate. So that's where, in order to get our staff where we need them to be, classified staff, is that we look at it as a pay scale that every year you get a little bit more of an increase. And then that would entice people to want to stay, to give us more seniority, to give us more experience. I'd be sitting here as a finance officer and letting you know, my staff that I have in my finance department, we have one that's been with the school system 20-some years, but she's not been in the finance department 20-some years. And on the average, I've got probably somebody, my staff is the one that's been there the longest in finance, probably has been there 5 years. Other than that one that's been with the school system 20-some years. So when you look at what keeps your staff in your schools is where they can advance. Do I advance either by a increase every year for the seniority I give this school system, or do I move into a position that is a grade higher? Maybe go from a grade 50 to a grade 56. Right now, a grade 50 and a grade 56, if you start out scratch, you're making the same dollar amount. So it doesn't matter what job that is, what would entice somebody to want to go into another vacancy?
So when will you begin to start working on this pay scale?
It'll be after June the 30th.
Okay, but I mean, I'm being serious. I mean, we're gonna start working on it, correct?
And I laugh at that, Ms. Gibson, but there is actually, in our summer conference that we have in July, there's actually 2 classes that's gonna be addressing how we need to start to work this year, this upcoming year, to get approved pay scale for July 1st, 2024.
Okay. Good, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Great presentation, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
It is a great presentation, so now I have a question for board members. Where do we go with this? I mean, the amount of time that's put into this, and we all see where we fall. We all see what is needed. So now, where do we go with, what are we gonna do with this? So that's my question I pose. Do we come back at our June 29th meeting and we've all given it some thought and we have a plan of action?
I think we're at a point that we may have to adjust our request, to.
The county budget will be approved before you meet again.
Yeah, they're gonna approve, they'll meet before we meet again.
So where do we go with this? I mean, I know facilities and finance, maybe you're going to meet, but.
Do they not approve theirs, is it 15th?
Sounds about right.
If we need to make some adjustments, I think we need to make some adjustments.
I think it's more, we need the full funding, and if I recall correctly, and, from the county manager's budget request, one of his slide decks showed that a 4.3%, additional 4.3 cents in tax, or roughly thereabout, would have fully funded every request from every agency they're responsible for. And I'd remind the public that when the past Commissioner Board did the revaluation, our tax rate was previously set at 67. The Commissioner Board decided to lower that to 61 cents. And how I view that is saying, well, it's great, I want to pay less tax. Union County actually pays 58 cents. So they're a lower tax, better buildings, more money. They've had some development, obviously, along the Mecklenburg border. But, you know, in some sense, you know, our county folks could have went maybe to like 64 cents, halfway, and we would have been able to fully fund our request. So to some degree, one could call that mismanagement. I'm not going to go venture to say that. I want to work with our commissioner board. I want every person to pay lower taxes. At the same time, we have substantial needs in the school system.
Right. We want to fund our schools.
And the people need to know, and I think that's our power, is an information campaign. We are not a taxing authority. We don't have any ability to raise our own funding. We are completely dependent upon state funding, which I'd almost call that a pass-through. That comes in, and I relate it, and again, I'm just a simple country boy from Stanley County, but it's like a copay system, like healthcare. The difference is it's not so much 80-20 anymore. Our percentage we got to pay is going up with these allotment formulas, and the percentage that the state is moving on to the county, which is kind of part of the major issue. We're a state-run school system. And I'll stop there because this is kind of my comment on some of the stuff coming out of our Senate in North Carolina. If our listeners or families and students aren't following that, they need to. There's a bill right now that would have impacted weighted student funding model, I believe, Mrs. Poplin, that's Senate Bill 670, that if that were to pass out of the Senate, that as we sit right now, we'd have approximately $5 million less.
Yeah.
So we think about all of our needs, that's $5 million less we don't have.
And it was very close to making it in there. It got pulled back, but I think it was 4.8 something billion, so it would have been right at 5.
Well, let me ask this: is the facilities finance, are y'all planning to meet, or can you plan to meet before this budget is done by the commissioners?
It's gonna
It's
be
a tight window because I believe, if I recall, hearing it last night, it's the 13th and the 15th is, or maybe one of those days is the
13th or
workshop.
the 15th. I'm not sure. They have a workshop and then they're meeting, and I don't.
On that Monday, the 20th.
Mhm.
Okay. We just got to make sure that this presentation and the discussion that we've had, and I can see board members' concerns, that we don't drop this right here. That
I'm
this,
just going to make one quick comment. The public hearing on the budget was last night. The notice was given yesterday morning, and if you read the newspaper, they said they were going to schedule the public hearing last night. They held the public hearing last night. So my impression is the budget's a done deal. They're going to get together and just go ahead and work it. If we're going to do anything, we have to do it now.
well, I'm going to leave this right now, but I feel like Mr. Lisk, your committee, that y'all will continue to speak with Mr. Dudney and Dr. Dennis. And, we've had great information. To me, it's just, I don't want this information to just be here. I want to take action. So that's where I'm coming from.
I'm not sure what I'm trying. This information, the majority of it was presented to the commissioners in that meeting that we had with them. So they are aware of most of it. I think there were some minor adjustments to it post that meeting.
The
Is
County
that correct?
Commissioners Association and the per pupil allotment from the state were presented. What was added was just looking at how different, the trends, we did the trends, and just looking at how per pupil funding can be affected with some different numbers. And they were, with projections.
Okay.
And so, but as far as the rankings and all that had been shared out already.
Thank you. Is there any more comments?
I just want to say, whether we just make a decision of something tonight, I want to make sure that this presentation is there on our website. The first part of it did not stream, so the people who were watching at home did not see the very first, I don't know how many slides they missed, but they didn't see all of them. Okay, so as long as it's there, because that's information that the public needs to be seeing. And you can hear it, but until you can actually see it in writing, I think the gravity of it just doesn't.
Hey, we didn't, well, it's already out.
Well, and I know it's late, but I do also encourage our families and parents to reach out to your commissioners. If you see something in this presentation that is alarming to you or something you're unhappy with, as they call us up, they can call them up and
What was
have those
shared?
conversations.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ms. Powell. What was shared with the commissioners was the local funding per student from their association. Go to the next slide, please. I just gave some definitions. They didn't have that, but we explained that. I just put it on there since it's going to be a public document from this meeting. We looked at the per pupil funding in 1920, and again, Cabarrus Union, go back please. Cabarrus Union, Rowan, 28, 31st, and 36 respectfully. Montgomery County coming in at 37 with 2,200. Anson, which is a tier 1 county, funds per pupil funding is 1,637. Stanley was 1,634 to 85th. The subsequent year, which was 2021, Cabarrus, Union, Rowan, they kind of stay around in the same area. Montgomery does as well. Anson moves up a little bit to 50th with 1,903. Stanley is down to 94th with 1,363.
Can I stop you for 1 second?
You can stop me anytime you need.
According to board policy, we're going to have to make a motion to extend past 10 o'clock.
Yes, you will.
So I need a motion for the board to go past 10 o'clock.
I make a motion we extend the meeting past 10 o'clock.
A motion, a second by Ms. Watson. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Okay, that motion has passed, so we're extended.
Thank you, Ms. Poplin. And so going back, you see that Cabarrus, Union, Rowan, all in kind of the same situation they were the prior year. Montgomery at 2166 is 36th in the state. Anson was 50th. It is a tier 1 county at 1,903. And the reason we say tier 1 is because they do get some low wealth monies per capita that all the rest of the counties may not get. Stanley was 94th in the state with 1,363. If you go to the last slide I'd like to present, we also present this slide, which just show what the average was with 2,400, almost 2,457. Cabarrus, Rowan, Union, they all thumb between 23 and 2,600. Montgomery's just right there behind them at 2,265. Anson, this is according to NCDPI and SAS for 2021-2022, will fund at 1,667. We'll be right behind Anson at 1,634. Those are the numbers we know. Those are the ones that presented earlier. And some of the other stuff is projections and or looking at trends. And I won't go back over that right now. It will be posted on board docs. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just want to point one thing out real quick. We're going to lose, we've probably lost the public if they're watching this. We've lost them 5 slides and 3,000 statistics. If we put this information to the public and you complain to us we haven't got bus drivers, here's why. If we lose $1 million, we're going to have to start shutting down programs. If we start putting things in terms that can relate to the public, you want music at your school, it has to be funded. You want athletics at your school, it has to be funded. That's what has to happen. The average Stanley County worker, they're too busy trying to raise their families to pour through a PowerPoint. Matter of fact, so you turn the PowerPoint on, they turn off. We got to put this in relatable terms. What we're about to lose if we don't change the direction. And if I'm not mistaken, that their budget surplus, or not their surplus, but their local fund it's expanding enough to cover this without going back to the property tax rate, which nobody's going to do. I mean, if we're honest with ourselves, but we got to find a way to relate this. We have to do it now. They're voting the end of this month for the budget. I think the 29th is what I heard last night.
Well, and Mr. Sorensen, if that Senate Bill 670 goes through, that's another $5 million. It's a hit that we can't afford to take.
Right, you tell them it's Bill something, 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 they're like, what does that mean? It means call Senator Ford, call Representative Sasser, and say, if you carry this, you're hurting my kids. That's what we gotta do. We gotta turn this into relatable terms to the people. Not that Stanley County voters aren't smart or sophisticated, they're busy trying to raise their families. What I think is about to happen is the dam's about to break, and we're gonna be the ones that get fussed at when the water's drowning out the programs at the schools. There's no way you can't fund if you don't have funding, and that's exactly where we're heading. So that's my point. Everybody wants to get out here. I want to get out here too. But my point is we have to reach the public now in relatable terms so they'll understand these numbers make a huge difference in what we can do for your kids. Like we had to combine classes at the early college. I think that was a huge gripe for a lot of parents. We don't have the bodies to man the classrooms. We have to combine classes. So I think the picture that we're facing right now, God help us if that $5 million disappears. I don't know what it is. That's going to be the last thing I say before I shut up tonight.
Well, that's another 7 teachers.
If that happens, that means we're looking at a whole different kind of monster, because that's dealing with the weighted student formula average. That means you'll get a dollar amount per child, and then it'll be your decision on how many teachers you're going to have in a school based on the funding that those children. So if you've got teachers at a school, and I talked to Dr. Dennis earlier today about it, a perfect opportunity is Millenport Elementary School. Not one teacher there is less than 9 years of experience. So, and it goes right on up. So comparing that school with the salaries that's paid for teachers versus another school that might have a whole bunch of beginning teachers. So you see what I'm saying? You got a discrepancy there. But that's going to be put back in y'all's play. Where will you determine that this school gets that much more money than this school because the higher salaries or the higher utility cost or anything of that sort that has to be done? But of course, you know, the way the student formula is coming from the state. It wouldn't be something that we'd have to face with local, but it's the whole aspect of how we're funded through allotment formulas. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you our allotment formulas are the greatest thing since chicken noodle soup. They're not. There's a lot of things that need to be done differently with allotment formulas. They started in the 80s and they ain't much been changed since the 80s. But when you look at, we're just going to give you a pot of money, and I know there's states around us that's done that, and they may have been successful, but we can't go and say, okay, this is effective July 1st of 2023. Because for one thing, I, as your finance officer, has not been trained on how that's even going to look. I can say, they're going to give me $65 million, and here we're going to spend it this way. But you've got to support all the programs that you're supporting now with that kind of money, and then look at it, okay, are we having any cuts? And I'm going to tell you, honest God truth, I was on a webinar this morning with finance officers in our region, and I've not seen one thing that the state, legislation, DPI, whoever you want to say, I've not seen one time in my tenure as finance officer that if anything's ever been consolidated, there's not been some cuts in that consolidation. So I don't anticipate that the weighted student formula that's been asked or been in legislation that they're trying to get passed, that there won't be some other kind of cuts that's going to come down the pipes with that.
Yeah, and I apologize. Earlier I misheard, but when I talk about the 7 teachers, if we get the 4th and 5th class size caps, that will add 7 teachers. We'll have to try to find a way to fund that we've calculated.
Hope, I know that we have this in board docs, but is there a way that this can run, you know what I'm saying, like it scrolls, it runs across our web?
Well, can I make a suggestion also,
Yes,
maybe?
Neil.
That
Yes,
based
sir.
on what Mr. Sorensen said, I can just create a sheet that really brings stuff down.
Yes.
So there's just not a lot of numbers all over the place.
Okay.
I would agree, just
more of a
something,
fact sheet.
something with some bullet points for the majority of the public that they can take a good
But it's
5-10 minutes.
But it's on our web page. I mean, it's not something that we have to go to board docs. People have to go to that to find it. It's there when they go to our Stanley County schools.
Well, I'll put something together and
Okay.
that we can get on the website.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
I think this is something that should be shared with our employees too. Whether you send this whole presentation out to them or whether we just send the one sheet that you're gonna put together. But I think it's something that should be shared with all of our employees.
And I may be talking out of portion, but I want to say this, I'm up and it's after 10 o'clock, so I end up tending to see talking a lot after 10 o'clock. But this is the recommended budget from the county commissioners, okay? In here, and I just like to print a lot of paper, so, but it states right here that we're having an increase of $124 per student based on the recommended budget. But that is looking at only 8,500 kids. So if we're looking right now at almost 8,700 kids that we have in this county. If you take that 8,700 kids that we're schooling, if you take 8,700 and divide it in that formula, we're not seeing $124 per student increase. Your denominator is greater than what's being projected in a budget that has been presented on the website of the county commissioners. So anybody that likes to keep up with the county commissioners, they're gonna look at this and they're gonna say, oh, well, they're getting an increase, but it's not. And that's one thing I told Dr. Dennis when I printed this out. I said, Dr. Dennis, he's using the same amount of students in 23-24 that he used in 22-23. You can't do that because we have seen a growth. We grow 250 kids this year. I mean, the state even recognized that and gave us additional $1 million because of that increase from what the initial allotments were. So, you know, you can't publish something like this that's going to become public record and say, oh, well, this is what we're giving y'all. Y'all getting $124 more per child, which is equates to, I think it was 3-point-some% greater than what was the previous year's funding. No, it's not.
Well, I think what also, like we said earlier, you can't say something's this, or you can make a projection that you won't know the answer to until you're in the next fiscal year. But we are growing, like you said, we are growing, so our income or, you know, revenue source has to grow with us. If not, then, I mean, think of what that would look like.
Any other comments? I really appreciate that you put this together for us. Thank you, and that we took the time to talk about it as well, discuss it. I guess I need to let you sit down because I think the next thing's superintendent comments.
I'm gonna be very quick. Big day, June 9th. We'll see you there at graduation for traditional high schools. That will begin at 7 o'clock. I believe board members have been given the opportunities to attend the ones they want to attend. And not a selfless plug, but June 18th is Father's Day. Celebrate and honor the men who embrace the central role of fatherhood, and thanks fathers and father figures for devotion for their family, sacrifices they make. I won't be redundant, but I guess I will a little bit. Just, it was great having the recognitions, today, and to see, you know, all these students and staff that are just such an integral part of our school. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lisk, I'm going to call on you first.
Well, I think I used all my comments in the last session, so.
I just thought if there's things that you want to say or congratulations, then the rest of us can go ditto after you.
Well, I will certainly congratulate. I'm attending the Stanley County Hall of Fame dinner, and Greg Spade, who's a retiree, is being inducted, and famous coach in several different sports, actually. And Al Andrew, who was a coach of mine, is being inducted. The late Woody Durham, and then, of course, two of our former athletes, T.A. McClendon, who was an Albemarle Bulldog like myself, and Quan Sturdivant, who was behind Mr. Dennis, Dr. Dennis over there. But it is a good dinner, and we have some fantastic people here. The other thing I'd say really quick, the West Stanley Colts girls softball team, Lily Hartzell is their left fielder. She's a junior, and I've known that girl since birth. She was a country girl, tried and true. Used to go hunting with us, and I remember when she walked around barefooted with dirt all over her face. So she dresses up nice as a junior in high school now. And my neighbor, Brooklyn Lovin, who plays first base. So they have done very well, and I'm very proud of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Whitaker?
Well, it's going to be impossible to congratulate every person that we recognize tonight. I think we are a very blessed county. We have some exceptional students and staff, and I am thankful for each and every one of them. I also had the opportunity to go to Duke and watch the West Stanley girls softball team this past weekend, and it's a treat to watch them. They are a truly talented group of girls that you can tell have some really team camaraderie with each other, and I truly enjoyed being able to do that.
Thank you. Ms. Poplin?
Well, I just will also congratulate everyone that received any type of recognition tonight. I really enjoyed the presentation from Ms. Howell's class. And speaking of graduations, I think we have a new graduate up here on this board. Mr. Lisk, did you not just recently graduate?
Graduated high school in 1990.
Well, I mean, you graduated, or you got your...
I got my MBA.
Yes, okay, yes. Well, you finished that up, so. But anyway, I consider that a graduation. That's a big accomplishment. But
One of the older ones.
that's all right. You made it through. But let's see. Also, just looking forward to the AVID training that's coming up in June, and being able to see that through. So, and happy early Father's Day to all the dads out there.
Is Dr. Leffler still with us?
Yes.
Hey, Dr. Leffler.
I think the main thing in listening to that meeting, we as a school board in the school system, we're an advocate for the public schools. It's great that people have a choice, but we are supporting and trying to make the public schools the best they can be. That's why it's imperative that you call the state representative and the state senator about the teacher raises and the classified staff raises, and then also this universal voucher, because it will hurt the public schools. So every parent or adult, grandparent that has a child in the public school system needs to call these people as soon as they can, because they're going to be taking a vote in the next week or two, and it will hurt our schools. It will cut the amount of programming we have, and it'll just make things worse in general. I'm all about choice, but 80 to 85% of our students in school are going to be attending the public school system. This is the last meeting before summer, and everybody have a great summer.
Thank you, Dr. Leffler, and we all wish you well.
Thank you.
Ms. Watson. Well, what I can say is wow, 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 what a great night we have had with all our people coming in and what they've done, and I'm really, really proud of Stanley County Schools, and I'm proud that I'm a school board member, and I love these people up here. And we need to know that we need the money for our students. And I hope our commissioners will really help us a lot. We need that. And we need money for everything that we do. And we love these students. I love this county. I love Stanley County Schools, and I love these children in Stanley County Schools, and I want them to have the best education they possibly can have. So with that, have a good summer, and see you next year. Thank you. Mr. Sorensen.
Since we're after 10, I can talk all night, right?
Absolutely. I think I'm on my second charge.
I was going to say that I'm more than proud of what our kids do, what our teachers do, what our faculties do, our central office folks. But when I shook the hand of a hero today, Ms. Barb Foster, the courage she showed back then is the courage we have to show right now as a board when we address our county commissioner, our House of Representative, and our senator. We have to show that same courage, because the battle's different, but these kids are still worth fighting for. That's all I'm gonna say.
Thank you. I can just ditto what everyone said, and congratulations to everyone that received awards tonight. And I believe all of us, we started our day early this afternoon at the dedication of the classroom for Miss Barbara Foster, and that was extremely just touching. I agree. She's a hero. She's a pioneer. She's of nobility. And anyway, I appreciate board members tonight. I know we've gone a long time. Our county office people, our SROs at the back. And then also, let's see, what's my train of thought when you show me that? I just wanted to say to our teachers that I thank them for all that they've done this school year. And it's all of our employees, just not our teachers. But I wish them a wonderful summer and a time of rejuvenation. And I wish our families and our children a wonderful summer. So the date and time of our next board meeting will be Thursday, June 29, 2023, for a special called end of the year budget meeting at 4 p.m. in the G. McIntyre room. We will not have a July meeting, and then we will have a meeting Tuesday, August the 1st, 2023, for our regular board meeting starting at 6:15 p.m. in the G. McIntyre room. I said we would not have a July meeting unless for some reason one has to be called. I believe it's personnel and administration, student services. Ms. Wood.
All right, the personnel agenda can be found in board docs. Section 1 as amended does not require action. Section 2 does require action, so I would ask for your vote at this time.
Okay, may I have a motion to approve Section 2 of the personnel agenda?
Make a motion, we approve Section 2 of the personnel agenda.
Motion by Ms. Poplin. I have a second. Second by Ms. Whitaker. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Section 2 has been approved.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. I need a motion to adjourn. Thank you that I didn't have to wait for that this time.
Second.
Okay. A motion by Ms. Whitaker, a second. A second by Ms. Poplin. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. We are adjourned.